everybody. I'm so happy to be back here with One Wheelchair X, where we are going to be ranking every X-Men writer ever. And what we mean by that is writers on the flagship X-Men series, writers who had a crack at a title that was actually titled X-Men, no X-Factor, no X-Force, no Ecstatics, although some of these writers also wrote some of those comics. But speaking of channels and screens, don't adjust yours. You're having a crisis. It is Krisis coming to you live from New Zealand and from just about as far away on the planet as you could get from me. Also live is One Wheelchair X. Everybody, welcome to the stage.
Hi everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. So excited to be back. I'm glad I didn't get tomatoes thrown at me for my opinions from last time. So we'll see how it goes today. Seeing some of your comments, I'm like, oh, I wonder how things are going to go this time, but I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
Well, your video with me, first of all, one of the first times I've ever had a live guest on the modern version of Crushing Crisis, other than Omnidog dropping by one day, did extraordinarily well. And people both loved and were deeply concerned about some of our rankings. And that's probably going to happen again today, I would imagine.
Yes, 100%. Seeing the comments about certain writers, I'm like, oh, there's going to be some disagreements there. So, but that's all part of the fun.
Yeah. Now, are we going to have overrides again? Because I know last time that was...
I think so, but I don't know if we need 5 because we didn't.
I don't think so either.
Maybe 3.
I think it should be more limited. 3.
Maybe 3, and then do we give the chat like 1 or 2 that they can use at the very end?
I think so. I think the chat should get to rearrange 1 or 2. Let's see how wrong they think we are. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and say hello to some of our commenters, some of whom have been, once you're in line, do not get out of line until you vote on what our worst choices are. And let's see, Matt H is not going to be able to make it for everything today, but he was the first person to comment last night. I always like seeing Matt H here, and hello to you. Logan Wayne is here. Almost time to find out if we're going to put Gillen higher than Claremont. I won't know until we get there, honestly. I have tried to not pregame too much and have any thoughts, which really for me is easy to just keep my mind blank. Super job. Excited for this one. Max is always here with some pop lyrics from the 1990s. It's just a little crush. I do like that one. Super Ram fan. I don't think that's someone we have said hello to before. Been watching some of these as I continue my X-Men journey and absolutely love the vibes. I got to catch up on one of these lives. Hopefully you will be here live today. Super Job knows that we are going to re-traumatize him because I like Fabian Nicieza, but who knows? Maybe Wheels doesn't. We really did not pregame at all.
Haven't discussed anything. I have no idea at all. So
all we did was talk about putting them in the right order. We did not issue any opinions along the way. Farsendor should be watching live or at least listening. Cannot wait. Edwin Billiot made sure that he noted that we are starting early, which honestly was a struggle and a chore on my side. And then Wheels is like, I had coffee. I don't have anywhere to go. I'm like, well, so we could have started at normal. Just brag about how awake and young you are. G. Willow Wilson's Miss Marvel is what got me into comics. Hope or X-Men was good. So that's really a good thing that we could pause and say right now that some people only wrote for a brief amount of time. And I think we looked for people that had at least like an arc-ish. What we would in the modern day call an arc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yarn Paul's already triggered because of the Nicieza and Lobdell. Well, we're just going to have to see. Jamie C. looking forward to this one. Ellen and Cedric, bonsoir to you. Wiccan is here as well, my near neighbor here in New Zealand. Kia ora. Did not even realize it was Monday in New Zealand, so it was time for Crisis. Maul saying Gillen is the GOAT. Things are going to get very dramatic when we get to Gillen. Let me just say to a few more. Tom is here. Manic Manor, watching live for the first time in a time. I was going to say don't recognize that name. Shunter Navarro, so glad I started early enough that we could watch them. And that's the thing. I know a lot of you are in Europe. It's so amazing to me that people around the world watch this. So I do try to do earlier ones sometimes. I don't know what's going to happen after we get to the time changes in the Next couple months, we'll just see. Only Kane is here. Batnessa, hello to you, my friend. Trevor JP, John678 saying happy Sunday. Richard B42 with his booster gold profile picture. I was watching another video of mine because I had to add chapter box, and I was like, there he is with his booster gold. I always know it's Richard. If he changed it to some other hero, I would be face blind. James Abel, the cerebro of the comic loving internet. Bree B1, who is the first patron to join my new patrons only Discord. More talk about that in the after show. And if you haven't reloaded this video yet, there's a link to the after show in the description. Everybody who's watching live is welcome to the after show. Afterwards, it's archived for patrons, and patrons can now access all of those links on Crushing Krisis, because oh my god, did I work hard this weekend. Big Fetty is here, happy that he has not missed one. Curious to see the rankings for the big superstars. And y'all, we just got to start. Lance Library is here. North Lake Ghost, hello to you. Joshua Foss, oh my gosh. Bob Ducks, I've only ever read Claremont so far, so this should be interesting. Saz Murph, so many friends of the channel here. Oh my gosh, having an amazing conversation. I see New Zealand Hawkster, I see David M. Wiz. Okay, before we get any further, A, the after show link is in the description, and B, you need to subscribe to Wheels' channel, because he's like the only person's X-Men opinion that I fully, completely trust. And he breaks down every episode of X-Men 97 like one day later, and he catches every cameo. How do you know the name of all the acolytes? That's from before you were born.
I just did the research. After I watched the episode, I was like, okay, well, I literally went through and got a photo of every single one, even the ones that weren't even in the episode. And yeah, I don't know, just looked it up and went from there. So,
and yeah. If there's anything we love in this channel, it's we love A students, we love overexertion, we love Virgos, we love all of those things. And I think that Wheels' channel is very much in line. Plus, he's got these cool like deep dive essays that he does when he can be poked to do them, like his Gambit complete history of Gambit and Rogue. So the kind of video essays that I just do not have the willpower to do. If you would love to hear me do that kind of X-Men stuff, that's the person's channel that you need to be watching. All right. Well, I guess let's just do it, right?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay. We're back here, and we're back, my friends. Back here in Tier Maker. Which, by the way, Wheels does so much of the effort of this, and it's hugely appreciated, because I was stuck in a tangled web of my own making last week doing that Spider-Man stream on Near Mint Condition. Okay, well, we're just going to go in order. And we're just going to go with writers who wrote at least what we would modern think of as an arc. So you'll see when we get to who should be the fourth writer, we're going to skip that one, and we'll talk about why there. But the one we're going to start with, and I can make this a little bit bigger. No, not that screen. I can make this a little bit bigger, is the original writer of X-Men. And I'm just going to drag him up to a random tier to begin with, and then we'll talk about it. Stan Lee. Now, Wheels, he created the X-Men.
He did.
He created all of the relationships, Magneto, Brother of Mutants, that's all of him. Not always the most readable stories, but I feel like people hate on this way too much. They're like, don't read the Silver Age. I like a lot of Stan Lee issues. How do you feel about them?
There's a certain like enjoyable factor to them. I guess there's like a quirky, obviously like 60s feel to them. But it is, I personally found it a bit difficult. I found it a bit difficult to read through. The other thing that I really have against Stan Lee personally is just that he, like, if people have seen the what Jack Kirby drew and then comparing it to what Stan wrote over it, in terms of like, at least with Jean Grey, in terms of like dumbing her down, and I'm just like, oh. So, I mean, I can't deny his impact. If we didn't have Stan Lee writing the X-Men, we wouldn't have the X-Men at all. So I think we have to factor that into it. But there are definitely much better writers of X-Men than Stan.
And I do want to make the point that we are only judging them based on what they wrote in flagship issues of X-Men. So if it's not an X-Men issue, if we're not judging him based on being a good Spider-Man writer, that's not what this is about. It's only about his X-Men writing. And I will say that I just think that but we can't help but compare sometimes. And I do think with Stan Lee, he's better when he has one character who we can like really get in their head, and there's levels. Like Spider-Man, sometimes Spider-Man's kind of a little bit of an asshole. But then sometimes Spider-Man's lovable, sometimes you're on his side, and he contains multitudes. I feel like with the X-Men team, Stan Lee kind of like spreads it out a little bit, and some of them are always assholes. Like I don't think he's as good at writing a team book as he is at writing a solo book in this period.
No, and having recently read the beginning of Spider-Man in the 60s for the first time, I found it to be a lot more enjoyable, not to compare like Spider-Man versus X-Men, but I found the 60s Spider-Man to be more enjoyable than the 60s X-Men. So I think he does a better job with other characters than X-Men.
I will say, though, I feel like a lot of people who they just say skip it, like, wholesale. I really think that there are some things other than the first couple of issues that are really worth reading, particularly the Sentinels arc. Yeah. I think it's eerily prescient of the modern day. It does not feel like something that came out in 1965. So I would say, I think that's issues 16 through 18. I would say do not miss that. If you've never read Silver Age X-Men, go back and read it. It's entirely worth reading.
And that we did rank that on the previous stream that we did together. I do not remember where we put it, but I remember reading that, and I was actually quite surprised at how good it was. So
okay, so you're saying, Peter, you've already done that. Shut up. I hear you.
No, I'm just. Oh no. So yeah, but I don't know where would you put Stan on this?
Well, I see the chat saying B and C feels about right. Edwin saying C feels right. Nick saying there's a charm to Silver Age. I would put it in B. Goody's saying C. I think I would put it. Don't let me influence you. Do you have yours? Let's on 3. Just shout it out.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
C.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just think that it's fine. It's average. It's not in the top half for me, even though it's iconic. It's as a writer, I do not think he's one of the top half of X-Men writers.
No.
Okay. And Dr. Zero saying it's some of Stan Lee's worst writing, in my humble opinion. Okay. Next up is Roy Thomas. And everybody's just going to start on the B tier just so we can see them. And then we'll move them around. So that has no meaning. So Roy Thomas writes after Stan Lee. He writes the team through some very dull issues, in my opinion, in the 30s and 40s. But he does oversee this transition to the new costumes. And this, to me, is when the title starts to get a little more readable. But what do you think about the Roy Thomas run?
I am pretty much in agreement. I think there are particularly those early issues where it's just it's not exciting at all. It did really feel like a slog reading through them, like when they're fighting Dominus and they're fighting Locust. Like there are some crazy like 60s villains that we don't really see ever again, and there's reasons why,
for very good reasons.
Yeah. So yeah, I just and in comparison to Stan, it doesn't have like the things that Roy Thomas creates aren't really as iconic. Like there's not as many things that are created that have as big a lasting effect. I'd say Banshee is probably the biggest thing that they introduced, aside from the costume changes and maybe Jean getting telepathy. Does Jean get telepathy in that section?
I think so. Yeah.
I think, yeah. So I
it's
suppose
all the way from 20 all the way to
40,
the 60s. Yeah.
48, 49, something like that. So yeah, I think maybe those are the two important things that you get from this one, really, is Jean gets telepathy and Banshee is a character.
And I would also say, too, that, like, I do think a lot of Roy Thomas's success, and we could say this a lot about any Silver and Bronze Age writer, is the art. I think the art starts getting better, and as the art starts getting better, it's more readable. But I just don't know. I personally find it fascinating if anybody makes it through the 30s of X-Men. No hate if you like it. I mean, I don't want to yuck anybody's yum, but issue 31 until the costume change, which I think is 39, that is a struggle bus, in my opinion.
I agree.
All right, let's see what the chat says, and then we will shout it out. If Lee is a C, Roy gets a B. Cruel Angel want to put higher. Lance is saying he's a D. Thomas is overrated, could be low BC. C behind Stan, says Idle Weidler, another one of our new level of patrons. Very thankful for that and glad to see him pop up on the Discord. All right, are you ready to shout out your ranking for Roy Thomas here on 3?
Yeah, I'm ready.
2, 3. D.
C.
Ooh,
Ooh.
okay.
I was going to say
Well,
C, but lower than, I think he's worse than Stan. But we can put
that's
it in D. I'm not,
no, that's fine. Let's see if we wind up
yeah,
separating them, because if he moves further down the tier, I will want to push him into D.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not overly attached.
Okay. All right, so after Roy Thomas comes Arnold Drake. Now, Arnold Drake is not a name that a lot of people know. He is not a lot of people's favorite X-Men writer, and he just writes for a few issues. But some of these issues for me is when it starts becoming a little more readable, and that's partially because at first it's done heck on art. There's Jim Steranko, who's very famously draws this Polaris issue, and I think that with the addition of Havoc and Polaris and the drama with them, it finally takes this to somewhere. I feel, because I'm loud and proud, and I'm very interested in hearing your opinion on this. I do not find the original X-Men interesting. As a cast of 5 characters, I just do not think they have chemistry. I don't think they work. I think Louise Simonson is the only person who ever made it work, and it was for a brief moment in time. But I think with the addition of more cast members, it just gives it an amount of dynamics that the rest of the Silver Age did not have. What do you think about that, Louise?
I mostly agree. I think over time, I think the original 5 have gotten personalities, but in that original sort of run, it's mostly everyone is very one note. They've got one thing that they do or one thing they say, and that's pretty much it. So Jean is always in trouble. Cyclops is like, oh, my eyes, and so on and so forth. But I think by this point, with these issues 48, 49, 50, and the introduction of Polaris, it's like they suddenly have a bit more, they're a bit more multi-dimensional. Particularly as well when they're in their civilian forms as well, not just when they're the superheroes. So I definitely think this was when they finally started to be a bit more interesting. And of course, I think Polaris is a really cool character as well to create. So yeah.
Now here's the thing: Roy Thomas comes back after Arnold Drake, and that's the period where Roy Thomas has Neil Adams. I view Drake as setting the groundwork for that, and I think that next Roy Thomas part is much more readable because Neil Adams is there. For me, personally, I enjoy the Arnold Drake issues more than most of the Roy Thomas issues. So without a 1, 2, 3, I am willing to put him higher than Roy Thomas despite being short-lived.
I'm happy with that as well. I just think that these Polaris issues are just way more iconic than most of Roy Thomas's run. I mean, there were people in the chat that thought that, getting confused on who wrote what. And I guess it shows that Roy Thomas didn't have that much of an impact before he came back to do the whole end bit.
Yeah. No, Goody saying never made it through the 30s. Lee is like, what? That is better than Lee. And a lot of people want it. Here's the thing. I think I'm grading a little bit low now because in my mind, I'm like, we've got some heavy hitters coming up, and I know that I like the runs more, but we can adjust. We can adjust as we go. Big Fetty saying it was rough for me. It's a D. Goody saying, oops, I thought Thomas wrote Steranko issues. My bad. Yeah, the Steranko stuff in the middle, I think, is Arnold Drake. Thomas did get the title canceled, though. Drake is a C. Drake is better than Thomas for me, so Jamie's on our side. C. Tiger Eyes with the C+. Edwin Billiot, who is a font of knowledge about this stuff, didn't even realize Arnold Drake wrote X-Men. So Drake did create Polaris and Havoc, maybe also Sunfire. I'm not sure. Honitis Hero has been talking to on Discord on the Omnibus Collector server all weekend. Woo, watching while having lunch. Wait, so the guy that came up with the team that never really worked gets a C Super Chop? Well, here's the thing with Stan Lee. I mean, I don't have to always talk. Wheels, how would you justify that the Stan Lee stuff, even if it's not the most readable, is still in the he created the team, but it's boring? Yeah. How does that average out to a C?
But I just think create the team, Magneto, and Magneto is probably the best part of that. The very first issue, he sort of is fully formed in a way that everything else isn't. But we wouldn't get Magneto, the Sentinels, Juggernaut. Even though the foundations are very shaky, those are the foundations, and so nothing else would have come from that, regardless of how shaky those foundations were. And obviously, Claremont and others have fortified those foundations. So I feel like it'd be a bit disrespectful to put him any lower when he did come up with all the things.
Yeah, and I think the one sentence you said in there that immediately my eyes lit up is Magneto arrives fully formed. That he really works. He works in the first issue. He works as he's assembling the Brotherhood. I mean, there's a certain kooky campiness to it because it's still the 60s. But for me, Magneto is the reason to mostly read most of those issues. Certainly not Angel or Beast or Iceman. Here's the approval of one of the few people whose approval I care about other than Wheels, which is Larry's Library, who says, I think you have it about right so far. So with Larry's stamp of approval, I think we're going to move on. Another fantastic channel. In my mind, I already have a collaboration thing that I'm doing with Larry. He doesn't know that. You got to give me time to cook. There's been a lot of things happening. Okay, so we are not going to do Len Wein. Ween? We know I'm so bad at names. Wheels, do you know?
I was just going to say Len Wein. That's what I'd say, but Wein, like I think.
Band. So, because he really only writes 3 issues. Now, one of those issues is Giant Size X-Men, hugely important. But that's not even really an arc. Like, Claremont is already taking over the threads of it. So, it just feels unfair to try to rank him against people who wrote, and the chat is saying Wein. So, so we're going to skip right to Claremont, who picks up 2.5 issues into that run. Wheels, they've had the opportunity to hear me say every possible thing about Chris Claremont. Why don't you introduce your feelings on Chris Claremont?
Well, I don't really feel like there's much to say. I think Claremont is like the godfather of X-Men. There is nothing we have today is without Claremont. I mean, they have like an incredible, the longest run of any, I think the longest run of any comics writer ever on a Marvel series. I'm assuming 16 years. That feels like an unsurmountable period of time. But like, there's just so many classics. Just incredible. And it has such a rereadability. Like, I could reread that all the time and it wouldn't get boring to me. And I didn't even feel the need to reread anything from Claremont, because I just know it so well. So I thought, I know exactly where I'd put Claremont on this list, and I don't know if many people would disagree. So,
to me, I mean, I beat up on him occasionally for fun.
I mean, it's not perfect. It's not, no, but I think the highs are so incredibly high and the lows aren't even that. Compared to other writers who we'll get to, their lows can be awful. And I think even the worst Claremont issues of at least that first run are still good. So, yeah.
Now, I want to say a few things about that. I would agree, as looking back at my ratings, I've read all these with Kid Krisis. There's no, even the most gutter Claremont issue that's all about psychic bondage play is actually, those are not usually the gutter issues. No. It's not even as bad. It's as like the middle issue from most of these other writers. So that's one thing in the original Uncanny run. The other thing is, I think I sometimes beat up on it a little bit because people treat it like it's just this perfect 5 out of 5 for 160 issues straight, or 180 issues straight. It takes time to warm up. He does not have the voices right away. That I take nothing away from him for that. But I think the reason you hear me sometimes complain about Claremont is because people treat it like he just comes in with this totally fully formed idea. Yeah. He's swinging wildly. Luckily, his wild swings are some of the best ideas in all of Bronze Age comics. But it's not as good from issue 1 as it is the whole time. That's my only beef with it.
I really think it actually starts to work around like 125. So that's a good 30 issues where it's a bit like, for me anyway, I think like there are some interesting things in there, but it really is like, we're really cooking now around the Proteus saga. I think that's where it starts to kick into gear for me. So I think that first bit is a bit slow, but
yeah, I mean, and there's some good stuff in there. I like the Magneto stuff in 104, but then like the arcade stuff, it's like fine, but it kind of drags. Like it's plus. But again, I'm not trying to justify not putting him at the top. I'm just saying, I think the worst thing that people do if they don't know the run really well is they build it up to this epic, untouchable level, and then they read some boring issue from the 140s, and they're like, "I was lied to," and that's just not. It's just not that. It ebbs and flows. It's a long game. It's a soap opera. It's serpentine. Characters come and go. Themes come and go. You kind of just got to be in it for the long haul.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. Chris Claremont comes back for 3 significant runs of X-Men later. So I know very much where they fall. I think we should put him where we're going to put him now. And then when we encounter the other ones, we should decide if they're bad enough to pull him downward from where we're about to put him.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you seemed very amused by that suggestion.
No, just think that spices things way up, because now we don't know whether he's going to...
Okay. So on 3, we're going to say the tier that original Claremont from X-Men, I think Uncanny 95 or 6 is his first co-write credit or co-plot credit, all the way to 280 goes. We're not counting his New Mutants writing. It only counts if you wrote a title called X-Men. 1, 2, 3. Uncanny. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think the chat was going to come for us if that was not the case. Roger Lamb saying, we speak facts, and he loves us both. That's so kind. Thank you so much. Edwin saying, thinks Claremont starts heating up at 98.99. I do. That issue where she calls Lang a Nazi is one of my favorite comic book issues of all time. They suck at the beginning. Omnibud saying, I get this argument, but even in his first 20 issues, Claremont is years ahead of the other Bronze Age writers. And that's the thing. Omnibud's Cafe, and by the way, hi, my friend. If you've read X-Men first and then you try to read other Bronze Age comics, there's maybe 4, 5 Bronze Age comics that are going to stand up to the quality of X-Men. It's a real slim list. Mm-hmm. I mean, Wills, have you really read any other like Bronze Age run?
I don't think so. No, I'm trying to think of other Marvel things. No, I haven't. Like X-Men is the only thing I've read through that period. I mean, maybe someday I'll get to someone else, but yeah, I haven't read anything other than X-Men for that 70s.
In terms of like mainstreamy superhero stuff, because there's like Conan is good in this period, or like Warlord. I would say Teen Titans, and I'm talking about stuff up until the end of the Bronze Age in 85. At that point, things are more modern and there's really good runs. But from this like 75 to 85, Teen Titans, Batman in the 80s, one is by Doug Munch, but it's still not at this level of psychodrama of X-Men. It's really tough to get this good. A few people echoing my general thoughts is that it gets really great with 168. The original Brood Saga is rough, though, which is right before 168. Joshua Foss saying, I also feel like everything about the X-Men, since Claremont has the DNA of him woven within it, so it's impossible to separate the X-Men from him. Fetty was only going to put him at an A if we didn't put him at the top. We put him at the top. And Tiger is saying the amount of long-standing characters, especially female characters, that other writers got to build upon. And I do want to linger on that. It's not just that he wrote female characters well, it's that he found ways to make women the front of his book over and over and over again at a time that it was seen as, that's not going to sell, covers aren't going to move off the newsstand, we're not going to be able to make toys of that, especially when we get into the mid-80s. Claremont is like, and he just keeps doing it.
Yeah, I think Storm is like the leader, is the main character of that book for the majority of the run, I'd say. And I don't know if you'd ever get like a black woman being so prominent in a series otherwise. And
he creates a situation where now in the modern day we can demand having more women writers on X-Men, having black writers on X-Men, having queer writers on X-Men, because he gave us those characters. It's really hard when you have some totally homogenous team to like, not that everybody's got to write an own voice thing, but because Claremont just gave us such a wide breadth of characters, it makes it really easy to have a wide breadth of creators too. And Larry's saying, are we going to let Byrne in here? So here's the thing. There are some artists who obviously had a ton of effect on this. Byrne, Kirby, but Lee, but unless they got a writing credit, we're going to do that separately at some future point as an artist stream, and their contributions as plotters will be taken into account. And Logan, great point, thinking only Stern's Avengers is close in terms of having a black woman in a prominent position, of course, because during Stern's Avengers, that's a really good run. Monica Rambeau is the leader for a while. So I'm getting conscious that we keep covering up Wheels' face every time I do a comment. I gotta find the last time you just swapped us around, so it was you on the bottom and me on the top. But okay.
We need to find.
There's also the thing that moves everything up, but I don't ever remember how to do that. So let me just look for it real quick, because it feels unbefitting to subject our guest to having his face covered up repeatedly. And we know I look at myself all the time. I can take a brief break. All right, I don't know. Oh, here we go. No. Somewhere there's this setting. If any of you StreamYard people know, somewhere there's a setting where it moves the whole screen up when that. Okay. I think that's enough, Claremont, and we're going to be coming back.
We'll come back.
After Claremont, guess what? You do get to talk about John Byrne, because technically John Byrne is the scripter for the issues that follow Claremont immediately. He's technically the scripter on these Wells Portasio issues of Uncanny X-Men 281 through like the 280, 6 or 7?
Yeah, I want to say 87, but it's a weird mix of Jim Lee is scripting some, John Byrne is scripting some, Wells Portasio is also scripting some, and it's all like a plot script. It's a mix mash of the three, but I feel like John and Jim Lee had more than was Portasio, which is why was Portasio is not on this list.
And also Byrne is writing adjective lists too. I mean, he is the credited scripter on the Omega Red issues.
Mm-hmm.
So here's how I have always felt about those. I mean, those issues are blockbusters because of the art, and Byrne is trying his best to like give good story, and his contributions are appreciated because I think he does find some of the beats, especially in the Bishop stuff, that get paid off later because he took the time to not just have it be a fight scene. However, they're just blocky to read. And I know that's not all his fault. I know he can only write it as well as the artists are drawing it because he's kind of Marvel methoding the script in after they've drawn it. But some of these initial issues are why the Mutant Genesis Blue and Gold Omnibus gets a bad rap as a place to start, because they do not flow well. But that's my feeling. What are your feelings on Byrne's actual success or failure as he comes in as a credited writer here?
Rereading those, I reread the Uncanny X-Men issues the other day, and it doesn't, if you compare like 281 to X-Men 1, like they're completely different. But I don't think it's terrible. I think there's some interesting things in that. It's like, and the Bishop stuff is fun, but then when they get to the whole Void thing with Mikhail Rasputin,
that just kind of goes on.
It's like, so yeah, I don't know. I don't hate Uncanny 281, but that might just be nostalgia because I'm pretty sure Wheels Law, one of the first collections I had of X-Men included 281 in the collection. It was like X-Men 1, Giant Size, God Loves Man Kills, X-Men 1 to 3, Uncanny 281, and then New X-Men 114 to 116. So maybe that's just a bit of nostalgia, but I don't think I hate at least the first issue as much. But and again, it's not even that really substantial either. If we think about
here's
those.
The thing: the chat is very tweaked that we're not considering the co-plotting. But Jamie C, one of the most regulars here, is like, if we're considering Byrne, we have to consider his co-plotting. And Lee Bomaya saying, are we really only counting scripting and not plotting? Look, this is a live show because you get to argue with us. The place where I am on this is I'm so neurodivergent about this that I want to look in the credits and see which issues I can attribute to those people. Sometimes Byrne gets that credit where it's kind of like, it says like story, and then on one side it says script, and on one side it says art during Claremont. But I guess we could accept that Byrne, if we were to say Byrne co-plots all of Claremont, then you're going to get into me getting the knives out and saying that I don't like the way that Byrne steered the title and it was better without him. So you don't really want me to include that. But I don't know, Wheels. I mean, we can change this live. To what extent? The artists are not going on here because it's a separate show. We didn't prep the graphics.
Yeah.
But for the people who are writer artists like Byrne, do we want to consider their previous co-plotting or only when they are called scripting?
I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I don't know the exact issues in which he's co-plotting, so I'm like, I'm going to assume it's just the issues he was drawing with as well, but I don't, I feel a bit like I can't give my best opinion because I'm not 100% sure on what issues he should be attributed to. I don't want to misattribute things that he didn't do or did do and whatnot.
I mean, he absolutely influenced a lot of the plot of the Dark Phoenix saga. Mm-hmm. He absolutely was one of the originators of the whole idea behind the Days of Future Past. And he obviously came up with Alpha Flight. So I think we could say that there are elements of the 120s and 130s that were Byrne. they're some of my least favorite elements. So that will not affect my ranking at all. I will, and now let's do 1, 2, 3, and then we could argue over it, and chat maybe at the end will override us. So think of what tier you're going to put him on. 1, 2, 3.
C.
Yeah.
But I would say above Stanley. I don't know if that's controversial.
No, I think that's fair. I think that Byrne does have a sense of who these characters are and how to voice them. I disagree with almost every single urge he has about them, which is why you don't want to try to get me to rank him higher based on the things. That Elsewhere, don't even get me started. He doesn't know who the X-Men are. He should have never influenced X-Men as much as he did, and most of his ideas were the most shit ideas. There's your first Krisis hot take for the stream. I think X-Men would have been just fine without John Byrne influencing Claremont, possibly even better. So how about that? How about that? Okay, let's continue. To somebody who was an artist, but he actually did get writing credits for the majority of this initial run of adjectiveless X-Men, which is Jim Lee. Now, Jim Lee, an interesting one. I don't think he would have ever told you that he was a great writer, but much like a lot of these original Image guys, he was like, well, I am an idea guy, and he had a lot of ideas of what he wanted to show on the page, and then when he was put in charge of actually writing them, not so great. So it's almost kind of like similar to the Byrne situation where we know he was responsible for some of these plots. He was credited as a scripter in this part, but if we're gonna like judge by the script of these issues, not phenomenal writing.
Yeah, I think the main pull for those, to me anyway, the main pull of those X-Men issues post Claremont, like 4 to 11 or whatever, is the art and not the writing. So yeah, I'm not too fussed on his writing ability. Not that it's unreadable, but you know, I also just don't really care for like Omega Red and things like that. So
yeah, I think also Andy Holcomb, always here with the great knowledge. The unofficial handbook of Marvel Comics creators credited Burns as the co-writer from 113 to 124. So that means he presides over the Volcano stuff, the X-Men Are Dead, the Savage Land stuff, all the way up until Arcade, but then not all of the Proteus saga, and also 127 through 143. So the remainder of Proteus saga, all of Dark Phoenix and Hellfire Club, all the way through Days of Future Past and kind of Kitty's first issue, and then he goes away. So maybe we'll reevaluate Byrne at the end. I don't need to talk about Lee that long as a writer. It'd be totally different if this was an artist stream. Let's announce our Lee rankings on 3, 1, 2, 3. C.
But I was going to put C at the end of C. Maybe I'm being too nice. You can put him in D.
I mean, did he write anything? He created Omega Red.
I don't actually care for Omega Red, so maybe he should just
And he
go
brought
D.
the Brood to Earth, which is like, and then there's a Mojo story.
Weren't the Brood already?
Well, no, they were. Yeah, from like 232 to 234.
So
yeah,
we can put him in D. It's not.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Maybe everyone. I do want to point this out though, that I don't know that Wheels and I thought about. Technically, John Byrne does write X-Men The Hidden Years, and because it has the word X-Men, oh god, look at Wheels' face. Because it has the word X-Men in it, it does count as a flagship.
That's
so
true.
Wheels, would Hidden Years influence you to move John Byrne any higher or lower than we already put him?
No. I mean, I actually own all 22 issues physically because my dad once got it for me as a Christmas present. It's
a Christmas present? Are you sure you weren't bad that year?
I guess maybe I was. Maybe that was more of a. He also once got me the first 90 issues of Ultimate X-Men, so maybe I was just really bad, really naughty child. Like thinking about it.
Okay. All right. Well, we're not even technically up to Hidden Years yet. I just wanted to ask you if you had taken that into account.
Well, I didn't, but maybe if we do, it'll go even lower.
All right. Well, chat, you are going to get to override at least once, so just keep your powder dry.
But are you going to waste it over John Byrne of all people? I don't know.
I mean, so hopefully they waste it on somebody else. All right. So now we're going to get where everybody, if you thought you hated me already, get ready. Because now we're up to Scott Lobdell. And here is my pitch that no one else on the internet agrees with. I think Scott Lobdell is X-Men. I think all of those character attributes that any of the characters who grew any of them who have any attribute related to them post Claremont, or that Claremont didn't get to because he didn't really get to feature them that heavily in his run. Every one of those things is Scott Lobdell or Fabian Nicieza, who we'll get to in a moment. And if you read, Scott Lobdell was usually the one on Uncanny. He writes some of the most memorable interactions that these characters have. He writes Professor Xavier on screen defending mutant rights. He writes this brilliant issue between Iceman and Emma Frost. Scott Lobdell was the chief, the leader of the Iceman is Gay parade. He was the one beating that drum. I find Scott Lobdell issues entirely readable. Until I got on the internet, I would have never imagined that he was disliked. Like, I just kind of assumed that he was probably everybody's second or third favorite X-Men writer. And then I met the internet. So I'm just warning you all, this is going to be a fight, because to me, Scott Lobdell is X-Men. But now let's hear what Wheels has to say.
So I reread the 90s stuff the other day, and I read the Uncanny and X-Men things in order. Now, I don't have nostalgia for the 90s. I wasn't even alive in the 90s. I was born in 2001, so way past my time. I don't care for the 90s outfits, that sort of stuff. But rereading
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
Rereading the Lobdell stuff, I was like, this is actually so good. Like, it's not perfect. It's not perfect, but like, it's just, I love particularly the like in-catch interactions. I think of course it's not to the same level as Claremont, like early Claremont, but like I don't think the dip in quality is that much. And I found it just so enjoyable to read. Like, I love seeing all the acolytes, and then the particular like standalone issues that he does, 303 with the death of Ileana, and then like 306 when Candy Southern comes back, 309, which is the like Amelia Vogt, Charles in his head with Ghost Magneto, 310, which is where Jean proposes to Scott. Like, it's all just really good stuff.
And it's like emotional. It's like it feels that's the period of X-Men where they really stopped being toyetic for me completely. And I'm like, oh, these are people. And I remember feeling that like that at the time. And having now reread it with Kid Krisis, like Kid Krisis loves Scott Lobdell in this period. I'm not making excuses for Scott Lobdell as a future writer, as a writer in the present day. I'm not for any of his politics or actions. I'm just saying that like both me and the other barometer I have to go by, which is Kid Krisis, just absolutely loves Scott Lobdell on X-Men.
Like, it's just so good. And of course, the Emma and Iceman issue, and then even the issues where it's Iceman and Rogue on the road trip. Like, I think all the character stuff in particular is really good. But I think also most of the plots are really good. There are some things that I don't care for. The whole, like, Gene Nation stuff,
and
I can live without.
Here said it that Lobdell is kind of poo after Age of Apocalypse.
I blame him for Onslaught. I think he's to fault with Onslaught because I think he didn't ever really plan things ahead, so that's why a lot of things change over time. And so I blame him for Onslaught. But I think everything before Age of Apocalypse is like really strong stuff.
See, I have to take that into account because we know how I feel about Onslaught. And I will say, I think he was one of the better Professor X writers. And so, but then I think that he got so clearly Onslaught was his fault because the Professor X was piloted so well before then. So the chat has so many feelings about this. Tiger Eyes likes Lobdell's run. Superjob F works X-Men writer ever. Wiccan saying Generation X, but we are not counting things that don't have X-Men in the title, even though the first 4 issues of Generation X are some of the best X-Men comics of all time.
Where's that Generation X omnibus?
I know. Ed's Martin talking about an Emma Stone movie for some reason, easy A, or possibly what tier that they would put Scott Lobdell on. Nick loves Lobdell. Joshua Voss loves us, maybe just us shouting at each other. Goody says low A, high B. Lobdell's high B, low A. Cruel Angel, I never had a problem with Lobdell at all. Probably my last fave writer from the 90s. Joshua Voss says, can I tell you something? Honestly, I feel so alone as a Scott Lobdell lover. Not in this channel, baby. No, welcome home. Here, your family. Okay.
We also... I was just going to say, we also have to remember he also did Eve of Destruction and those things, that post,
If we're playing by the rules we've set, we will try to remember that when we get there and revise. And Lars Library, who's the only person in the chat who personally sways me, says Lobdell B, maybe A. Secundus is here. Scott Lobdell, crowning achievement is Happy Death Day. Outside of that, ... Okay, there's I don't know if I've had this many comments on any one topic in a while, other than me having a Green Lantern book in my collection now. So Wheels on 3, we're gonna say where we're gonna put Scott Lobdell. 1, 2, 3. B.
A.
You went higher than me?
Yeah, I was saying I really like I didn't read I didn't go through the whole up to Age of August, didn't have enough time, but like the stuff I was reading, I was like, this was so good. I was just like really, I didn't want to stop reading. I was like, but no, I've got other things I need to read. But I was like really enjoyed it.
I was ready to say A, but then when you said he was responsible for Onslaught, I docked him down to a B. So it's because of you.
Okay, but then when we get to that, well, I guess
we're there though. He writes this
true.
I mean, I'm not going to fight to not put him on A, but Onslaught is bad.
No, okay. I'm retracting my statement. We'll go with B because Onslaught is bad.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be, but yeah.
And maybe that will placate the chat.
Yeah, Onslaught. Let's remember, Onslaught is his fault. And I even said that. I don't know why I forgot. I was just like, but that early stuff is just so good. Anyway.
Well, we're probably going to continue this discussion. Again, I'm just putting them where they're visible. Where I initially dropped them has no meaning. Because on the adjective list side was Fabian Nicieza, who was also writing X-Force, who was also writing New Words, but we're not taking that into account. We're talking about his X-Men writing. For me, if Scott Lobdell is the writer who is like really taking care of like Professor X and also Iceman and a little bit Archangel, although they shared, to me, Nicieza is the one who's really looking after the development of Scott. And I think, here's my Krisis hot take of this 5 minutes. I think everybody who's obsessed with Cyclops today is obsessed with Cyclops because of Fabian Nicieza and the work that he did on Scott Summers. Discuss.
Yeah, I see that. I agree. I'm trying to think what. And I think there's also a difference. I think, wow, this is personally about Fabian's run. Some of the issues I sort of struggle to read a little bit in terms of, I think Fabian unfortunately gets himself, particularly with the Psylocke stuff, gets himself into very complicated situations that he then needs to write himself out of.
Yeah. And we might need HR while we're writing ourselves out of that.
And like, so all of like when, or like, and the Russian stuff with there were some things where I just like, these are pages of dialogue that I don't want to read.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think if we're talking about Lobdell's overall average and Nicieza's overall average, even though personally I have more love for Nicieza across many different titles, which I do not have for Lobdell, if we're only talking about X-Men, Nicieza does turn in a few clunkers. Yeah. His hit ratio, not quite as high as Lobdell.
But then you have to remember, he was gone after Age of Apocalypse, so he's not responsible at all.
So we can't burden him.
No,
nonsense.
He's gone. Like I think 44 is his last issue of X-Men, and then it's all Lobdell again. So but I also think though that Fabian and Scott, they worked well together in terms of it is quite cohesive in that. So for me anyway, reading that, I was like, it feels like a good balance. They did the best they could with the two teams, I think.
Yeah, I often forget which one of them writes which, even though intellectually I know, because I just feel like their styles were such of a piece to each other that it was, and that's why I like this period. It's not just nostalgia, because some of it I didn't read at the time, some of it I've read since. A lot of thoughts in the chat. So Nicieza better than Lobdell, not that great. Joshua Foss, A. Edwin Billiot, equal to Lobdell. Ellen and Cedric, B or an A. Derek saying Fabian was great for that time, much better than Lobdell. Joshua Foss would put him on Uncanny, but behind our Lord and Savior, Chris Claremont. Always an Instigator said this amazing thing. There's some kind of case study that could be made for writers like Lobdell, who started off strong in the 90s and then completely fall on their faces as they age and then have a harassment scandal, which Nicieza does not have. Nick N saying Nicieza was heaven. I really enjoyed his story arcs and character development. Well, Jamie C, I do think that there's like a modern fraction, a modern Cyclops awesomeness that happens, but I really think the groundwork is laid here because up until this point, he kind of was like the loser who left his wife and the whiny bitch from X Factor. Like he was not, I did not have a positive feeling about Cyclops at that time until like the 20s of Adjectiveless. And I was like, hold on, is Cyclops cool? Like that to me is Nicieza's doing initially, not that other people did not continue. And we have somebody saying that his stopping at Onslaught is why he has to be above Lobdell. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
B.
A.
But I want to put him above Lobdell. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, there are some issues that really stand out. I think 27 with Threnody is really good. And that's really the start of the whole Beast going down into his dark
and the
science
Gambit
ways.
and
The Gambit and Rogue issue.
35. Yeah, that's really good.
And I really like, Fabian Nicieza is really the one that's driving the Rogue and Gambit love plot.
Yeah,
and I think that's
true.
Really, really good.
Nicieza is Gambit. Like he wrote Gambit even in his own stories.
So
I'm comfortable in B though because, as you and others have pointed out, there's just a few clunkers. I don't think we could. I just don't think we could fairly say A, even though we have great love for him.
Yeah.
If this was a love ranking, he would be on Uncanny, but that's not what it is.
No.
Okay. The chat doesn't seem too mad. It's a B era. That's fair. To me, he's extremely rote and boring writer, says Joshua Fuss. And we all know Superjob is probably just boiling right now because Superjob hates him. So now we get to somebody who did come back a few times. So we will have to reevaluate him later as we go, which is Mark Waid. But this initial Mark Waid run on X-Men, he pretty much just pilots the book into and then through Onslaught, and I have just finished reading these issues, and there is not a single good comic book in this run. Wheels.
I think 53, which is that cover. That's the one where Onslaught confronts Jean. I think that's a good issue.
Where Jean is like, oh no, Professor X had dirty thoughts. Dirty thoughts.
Yeah. But there's not. But the thing is, unfortunately, I think that's like I mean, it was crazy pull to pull that back from issue 3, but I think oof. And he also writes that. I mean, I guess we don't count this, but he wrote that Onslaught X-Men issue.
Well, that counts. It's got X-Men in it.
Yeah. So that's like that's the beginning of Onslaught, and I think he's really trying to make it all fit together. But again, he only does those Onslaught issues in that first bit, and then as soon as Onslaught is done, he's not on the book anymore. Like it's back to Lobdell, I think. So
Jamie C saying Waid did not understand X-Men. Goody saying this sucks. I'm not sure if he means the stream or Waid. Yeah. Not sure. Nick saying Waid is a hard D. Not a good kind of hard D. Omnibus Cafe says C. Derek Tyler says Waid is F tier, so people definitely seem to be on the lower side. Waid is a D or an F. Larry's Library is a C. Edwin Billiot hesitantly says it would be a D. Richard B saying I love him, but on X-Men he's an F. On 3. 1, 2, 3. F. D. Well, we're adjacent. I just can't forgive him for piloting Onslaught, because here's my thing with Onslaught. It's not just that it was a bad idea. It's not that the issues were boring. It's that when you read it, which I just suffered through for the first time in 30 years, literal 30 years, it's nothing occurs. Like every issue is just Onslaught delivering a monologue and then coming up with some new power that he has because he's swallowed Franklin Richards, like Maurice Sendek's Pierre being swallowed by the lion. And then the X-Men all like cry about it. Like there's no plot, nothing. You have this really, truly one of the coolest ideas that Marvel has had, which is Professor X's psyche breaks out of his brain and becomes a villain. And Waid does less than nothing with it. And this was a guy who was, I mean, he was already writing, was he already writing Flash at this point? Like he was a good writer and he does nothing. But you really feel like we can't put him on F? You don't think he's like a worst
I just think those that, well, I'm not saying like the later Onslaught issues, but the ones that build up to it, I'm like, I think there is interesting stuff there. Maybe it's just, I I have some enjoyment from the whole like Jean is the one that realizes it's Xavier and is with Juggernaut in the side chamber, and then they realize, and then she knows but she can't say, and everyone else, and yeah.
That's fair.
There's some tension there, and then, of course the rest of it goes off the rails. But like I think that beginning, like it starts off well, and then falls. So I'm like,
I'll give you D because I will concede that his focus on Jean without Cyclops is delightful to me. It feels like Nicieza does a lot of Jean, but it's usually paired with Cyclops. I like Jean on her own. And I think if Waid had an idea about who anybody was on the team, it actually was probably Jean. Yeah. So you saving grace, because I'm a Jean Grey super fan. I'm happy to not put him on F. Okay. So now we're on the other side of Onslaught. And this is another pair, Joe Kelly and Steven Seagle, who in my mind are really hard to separate from each other.
Yeah.
But we got to do them one at a time because they weren't writing the same issues at the same time. Mm-hmm. So Joe Kelly, and again, I'm just putting him on somewhere we can see him. Joe Kelly is writing adjectiveless X-Men while Steven Seagle is mostly writing Uncanny. Mm-hmm. The cast crossover a lot. The way that this, even though it's been collected separately at one point, that's insane to me because the issues literally go into each other. I can't wait until we get an omnibus of it. Mm-hmm. Wheels, what do you think about Joe Kelly? And only on X-Men. I love him on many other things, but we're not talking about him as a Deadpool writer. We're not talking about him.
I've never even read his Deadpool. I've never even read his Deadpool, so there's no other influencing factors. I don't hate it. Like, is it the best? No, like these were the we were getting into the dark times, but we weren't this was like the precursor to the dark times. But I don't think this is terrible. I think Maggot and Marrow and Cecilia Reyes as the new X-Men is like interesting. And I think there's some fun elements with it. I guess there's the Psy War, which is okay. It is really difficult to separate the two runs though. I'm like thinking in my head, well, which one would I rank that? I like this difficult, but
I guess when I think about them, it's like I do like Joe Kelly as a writer generally, but when I think about this, I often think about that Joe Kelly had felt like he was maybe the one introducing more interesting or innovative plots, but I maybe was having like more fun with the characters on the Seagle side, which is interesting because Kelly's usually very amusing. So it's kind of unremarkable. Like, I think he was a good idea guy, and I think he was not writing thinking he was going to get cut off as quickly as he did. So I think if there was like another year of this, we would probably all rate it much more highly because I think he was planting seeds. And then I just don't think, unfortunately, the seeds had time to grow, which is not his fault, but we still have to grade him on that, I think is my feeling.
Okay. I'm just trying to think where I'd put him in the list.
The chat seems to mostly have them in the middle. F Spider-Man writer, we're going to have words. Although I'm only like 15 issues in, so maybe he's started sucking after that, but I've been liking him. But C on X-Men. Seagle and Kelly are a package deal for me, pair of Cs. I think Joe Kelly was fine. C at best. Both are doing better stuff than Lobdell and Waid's immediate Pride stuff. Superjob has never read this, but I bet it's better than Lobdell. Northlake goes Joe Kelly fan, but this is a C at best. I think the chat feels very unified on C, which I may take their advice here. And on 3, 1, 2, 3, C. But where, Wheels? Where on C?
If I said above John Byrne, would the chat kill me?
I mean, yes, but we already know the chat's going to move John Byrne later. I personally, if we're saying he's a good idea guy, but not always like the most fascinating execution, then I have to put him below Stan Lee, because our whole thing with Stan Lee was like the ideas were brilliant, but the issues were boring.
That's fair.
Probably more memorable than Arnold Drake.
Yeah. I mean, I think people recognize when you say the Joe Kelly one, the Seagle one, people recognize that, but I suppose not many things are lasting, unfortunately. You know, Maggot, Marrow, Celia Reyes, they're not really big characters, unfortunately. I think some of them should be bigger, but yeah, so I guess that's fair. I'm happy with that.
All right, well then let's bring his brother in X-Men writing up here, Steven Seagle, who while Kelly is more focused on some of those new characters, I feel like Steven Seagle gets the benefit of some of the more permanent cast characters. I just think he had a good voice for them. I remember people being really upset when it got cut off because it felt like it was going somewhere. Yeah. I think we're going to probably put him in a really similar place. But even though outside of X-Men, Joe Kelly is much higher on my favorite writers list, I actually think Seagle was a really good fit for X-Men. And I'm, in as much as we can separate them, I think he was probably more entertaining than Kelly.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think, and talking about the things he's been up, like the whole thing with Jean taking back the mantle of Phoenix, and then like Scott being worried, oh, what does this mean? What does this mean? And then there's hints of her, I don't know, getting the Phoenix power back, and then it never really goes anywhere. But I think the way because there's the issue the cover that I picked for this is like the issue where all the 5 original X-Men are back together, and they actually do have personalities in that. So, you know.
Yeah, and I think that issue actually always sticks out to me, not just because it's one of the best covers, but like that issue is kind of what I like about this run. Like, I think I don't necessarily think he found this amazing chemistry with the original 5, but I think that because he had an actual idea of how to create conflict between Scott and Jean that wasn't just like they were going to get divorced or not. Yeah. So often with married couples in comics, it's like, oh, they're going to divorce or not. It was like there was conflict there that was just the conflict that two people who love each other might have, which is that Scott was worried and Jean was like, I can handle it. And to me, that just makes this half of the run more memorable than the Kelly. But that, that's just where I am on it. The chat does not seem to have quite as many opinions on him as Kelly, other than Joshua Foss saying, I could spend hours talking about just how stupidly bad the Steven Seagle run is, if that influences you at all. So on 3, 1, 2, 3, C. Yeah. And I don't know, do you want to put him higher or lower than Kelly?
I'll put him higher. And I've just seen Joshua Foss says about how this is obviously Steven Seagle starts with the trial of Gambit. Like Lobdell leaves at 3:49 and he has to deal with the Gambit. But I don't hate 3:50. I think Rogue leaving Gambit in the snow is iconic. So if anything, that's giving him extra points.
You thought you were harming him, but you actually only strengthened him. Joshua Foss. Jamie C thought Seagle is worse than Kelly. I don't think we have to linger on this period too much longer. They're really not all that different. Nobody yet on the 8 tier. I just have to laugh here. Sorry, and this is not, I'm the proofreader, but I missed it too. We've spelled this Alan Davies instead of Alan Davis, which I assume is because you watch a lot of British panel shows that you've written Alan Davies.
Oh, is that? Wait, how is it supposed to? I thought that's how it was spelled.
It's Alan. No, it's Alan Davis. I'm just
without the E. Without the E.
The guy
without the E.
On Quite Interesting.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, it's without the E. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I also love Alan Davies. He would maybe be a fun X-Men writer. I do really like Alan Davies. But anyway, sorry. I had to make a joke because it was a British thing. Okay. You didn't even get my joke. Do you not watch Quite Interesting? No. Okay. All right. Alan Davies. So here's the thing. Widely known to be my favorite artist. The writer of a brilliant run of Excalibur, and the artist of my favorite issue of X-Men of all time, Uncanny X-Men 213, none of which counts here because he is just writing during what Wheels and I previously said was one of the worst X-Men stories of all time, which is the Ages of Apocalypse and Apocalypse the 12. There are some rumors that he was just kind of like shepherding the book and like editorial was writing it, or that Claremont was ghostwriting it. But unfortunately, he is the one who was credited on the page.
Some of those issues it does give credit to Fabian Nicieza scripting, actually. I remember quickly skimming through some earlier, and I'm pretty sure like 3. I think Fabian Nicieza has some hand in the Magneto War stuff.
Yes,
which is where Davis begins with 366 on Uncanny anyway.
There's a few Davis issues I like here. I mean, he obviously has a great affection for Kitty, so having her back on the team is helpful to him. The issue, the brief Rogue plot, which kind of gets dropped, always kind of stands out to me, where I said like the beginning of the hint of the Destiny's Diary stuff, and she's like flying all around all of Mystique's safe houses, or like, and there's like the fight with Sunfire. I feel like that's part of this Alan Davis period because I can see the cover. But no, this is terrible. I mean, there's nothing to recommend anybody to go to this run and read, unfortunately.
Yeah, just it is. Yeah, not good.
Now, some folks in the chat are. Larry says Davis is C. To be honest, most X-Writers are C for me. Few are terrible and few are great. And Yarnable is like, he drew Rachel and Galactus, my other favorite issue of all time. Give him a pass. Unfortunately, that's not how this works. Davis is a D writer on X-Men. Again, only talking about him scripting titles that have the word X-Men in the title. Let's just do it. 1, 2, 3, F. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much as bad as X-Men gets.
Yeah. I don't want to blame Davis for this. I feel like there probably was a lot of editorial management, and it does feel like he was just getting the book along till where Claremont could come back, because I'm pretty sure they wanted him to come back and then he couldn't come back because he was doing Fantastic Four instead. So, I don't hold it against Davis for this run, but yeah.
And I think going along with what you were saying, Derek's saying people need to remember they grabbed Davis when they kicked off Seagle and Kelly for reasons I do not know. And they're trying to cash in on his name to save the books. Yeah, unfortunately, Jamie C with the F. And here's the thing. It takes nothing away from that Excalibur run. I treasure. And everybody I've ever recommended it to has loved it. But that is just not what we're evaluating here. It wasn't a slog, says Nick. I think he had a couple of good plot ideas and he had a couple of characters he resonated with, but I just think you could easily skip the entire period and lose nothing.
The 12, that you just need to say the 12, and I feel like that's enough, which is why I used that cover.
Now, people are asking, a few people have said this, if we're considering Terry Kavanagh too, who does have writing credits on this, but I think his writing credits are kind of he comes, he goes, he's scripting, he's assisting. So if you want to consider it Alan Davis parentheses Kavanagh, that's fine. I personally didn't put him on the list because I didn't think he wrote a definable enough.
And it's hard to then separate the two. It's what did Alan Davis do and what did Kavanagh do? So I think it's just easier to just go with Davis as a thing.
So now that we've survived all that, now we do have to talk about Chris Claremont again, because Chris Claremont comes back for his first of 3 big returns on things actually called X-Men, for X-Men Revolution. Now, to his credit, he tries to just go somewhere different. He makes up a new kind of villains. Are they just the Morlock gene trash people again? Yes. But he makes a concerted effort. He introduces some new plots. He does some body swapping things because that's his primary kink. But it's just, the question really is it bad enough for us to take him off of Uncanny? And I don't think it is.
No, I think his original run has a much lasting opinion. I think this Revolution one is the worst of all of his runs. But yeah, I don't know if it's enough and he only writes 12 issues of each. And then he's taken off.
It's from 100 to 108.
Yeah. I think 109 is that last issue because it sets up X-Treme, and then he's gone again. So he doesn't even last a full year. I don't even know if it might be bad, but I don't even think it's bad enough to have an impact on anything else.
No, and it's just a blip, and it's kind of just a fun curio, oh, Claremont's back. Oh, this is interesting. And then it's over even before you really are all that deep into reading it.
Yeah.
Okay, which means we now get to talk about a big heavy hitter, which is Grant Morrison. They come in out of the blue. They take over adjectiveless X-Men and rename it to New X-Men. Since they can't have Colossus because they just killed Colossus, he decides he's going to have Emma Frost, or they decide they're going to have Emma Frost, and that Emma Frost is going to have skin that turns to diamond. And of course, casting Emma as the heavy, because they wanted a heavy on the team. They then really go in directions that maybe they wouldn't have gone in initially because Emma is the heavy. Obviously, one of the most famous X-Men runs of all time, obviously just heavily adapted on the show last season and this season with the look of their outfits. I mean, we literally got this image on last week's. I mean, not spoilers, but we saw this.
Yeah.
I've often spoken about how I feel about it, so why don't you start about your actual feelings about it now that I've talked about the objective qualities of it.
So I realized we didn't speak at all about Grant Morrison's run on the previous stream because there weren't any events. So this is completely
true.
New.
Yeah, we said
we
that
completely
it was
avoided
too
it.
hard
Yeah.
to decompose. Yeah.
Yeah. So I like this. For me, I love this. I love this so much. I like, again, not a perfect run. There are some things I don't care about. I have issues with the way Grant sort of fudges continuity or forgets things, like the way certain characters are written, like all of the X-Corp stuff with Monet and Siren and Cannonball, like they're just placeholders for whatever they're writing. But like, it is just so good. I mean, that the Easter extension is amazing. Murder at the Mansion, amazing. Like, and the ideas are big. You know, I think without this run, who knows where X-Men would be now? But I don't know if it would have be anything. I think this like saved X-Men. So yeah, for me, I know exactly where it's going, but yeah.
What's interesting is, and I've often told the story, so I won't tell it length, but when I first started building my comic books bookshelves, wild look around now, I got the 3 complete collections of this first because so many people had recommended it to me for so long. For whenever I did get back into X-Men, I was like, well, it's the place to start. And I just was so thoroughly unimpressed with it. Like, I just was like eye rolling the whole time. I'm like, this? People are interested in this? And that was only reading in 2010, so not even 10 years after. I've read it several times since then. And I think what I appreciate more about it now is X-Men, all comics kind of needed a little bit of a kick in the pants in the early part of the 2000s. And if you look across Marvel's line, the characters who really became celebrated had some writer come in and like really pivot them or give them a consequential story. And they happened at very different times, right? Like, I think you look at Mark Waid on Fantastic Four, you look at Ed Brubaker on Captain America, you like a lot of these titles that have people have a modern appreciation for them had a pretty hard pivot. And I think that the titles that didn't get that, or the characters that didn't really get that, kind of like fell by the wayside a little bit. But luckily, most of Marvel's line did. I mean, you have Bendis on Avengers, Bendis and then Brubaker on Daredevil. Almost everybody had that reinvention moment. And there's a reason that it was necessary. And so I think that, like, I agree. Like, X-Men may not have survived in the way that we have it today without Grant Morrison here. I appreciate it a lot more now. And you know, there's art issues with it. You know, Corgi was super rushed, even though he's an incredible artist, but that's not what we're here to discuss. I do think Morrison's ending was a little bit rushed too, because I think they knew that they were just going to make their exit, even though they'd pre-written so much of their run. I do think that they were going to be there for longer. So I don't even hold too much of like the Magneto heel turn and the Zorn stuff against them too much, because they had to wrap up with the time that they had to wrap up in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to take a look at chat.
The chats are scaring me. I'm scared with some of these.
First of all, hold on. I'm just trying to find my place because people really, really went off. First of all, Jamie C. validating you that it was 19 issues across both books on the Revolution. Okay, so here we go. Morrison, uncanny easy, says Goody. Larry, Morrison A. Nick, Morrison F. James Abel, Morrison quadruple A, but not uncanny. Edwin Billiot A or uncanny. Dr. Zero uncanny. Appleman saying uncanny but would accept an A. Derek Tyler, Austen was better. That's the kind of hot take I'm talking about. We're going to get there in a second. Jamie C. Morrison is great, but the final arc isn't. Richard B. One of the uncanniest. Super job. Morrison is easily uncanny. Secunda saying Morrison is very good. Nazi Magneto and the truncated last arc brings them down to an A for me. Omni Buds Cafe, A. They would be uncanny if they had been able to stay. Larry's Library feels like it's only blemished by the art. Velned, who actually chiming in with actual words and not just the common ellipsis that they contribute. Morrison is an A, fantastic, but just not my X-Men. Andy Holcomb, not a Morrison fan, but then the chat keeps going. Cruel Angel would go C or B at best. Elon Reese would put it at C because of the terrible twist. Morrison is B, says Tiger Eyes. So here's the thing, almost everybody has read this, so there's just, I mean, I could keep going and going. I want to try to see if there's people who, Slasher says uncanny. Patrick saying isn't the best, I think B. Saki 6100 says uncanny. So many people commenting that I've never commented before. Really, really exciting. I don't know, Wheels. And it's not like the chat is just going to override us in one direction because they have very different opinions from each other.
Yeah.
I think I know I think I have mine. Do you have yours?
I have mine as well.
Well, you said you knew already. 1, 2, 3, A.
Uncanny.
Okay.
Lower than Claremont, but I think it's uncanny. But I think it's a fundamental run that I don't think when people are always like, oh, what should I start with? I don't think you should start with Morrison's run, but I think you need to read it. And I think the Gene stuff, the Phoenix stuff is so
they
good.
They are the best Gene writer until Gillen for me.
The best Gene writer, the best Emma writer for a while. I think there are so many things. They make the school. We wouldn't have. Well, I mean, I know it's inspired by the movies, but
the world, Phantom X. I'll give it to you. I will
Zorn
say though
is a mess, but like I think that and the ideas they're working with are just so like big brain. Like it was there to like have the kick in the teeth that the books needed, but like just so much energy that if you read some comics today, I could easily reread New X-Men any day of the week and I'd still be like impressed. When there's some comics today where it doesn't have that same energy.
Well, you've got the people on your side, so I'm not even going to try to argue with an A. Everybody agreed with you, so we do have overrides, but I just don't feel like it's worth it for me. And the thing is, I guess what I come back to is sometimes I need to separate like my initial reaction to something from the quality of it. And I think for me, pour moi, because I loved X-Men already, and at that time, none of the late 90s stuff was collected, so I was coming to this having only read as far as Onslaught. I was like, well, did we need to do all that? And I was like, and where's Rogue? And where's Iceman? Like, to me, I just was like, this is not X-Men. Or more to the point, X-Men didn't need this. I don't understand why it's venerated as much, because I didn't know at the time like what we were coming out of and what was required and how this would like reverberate, because all I knew really was astonishing, and so I was like, well, it's not so astonishing. Now, having a much more holistic view, having read everything, I'm like, okay, it was required, it was revolutionary. No one else was having just the sheer idea density. We didn't even say the words Cassandra Nova yet. Have you even?
No, yes. And the thing is as well, they have big ideas, but I think they also do have that soap opera. There's some people, Hickman, that can't write as well the like character dynamics, but I think Grant is able to balance both of them quite well. Like there are the big ideas, but then like all the drama with Emma and Jean and Scott, like I think they managed to get a balance, which I think is something that a lot of other writers can't do. So, yeah.
Derek, who might be like my proxy vote here for the day, because his comments have been so on point. I won't take away that Morrison brought in new fans and gave the books a different direction, but as an older X-Men reader, I was asked to swallow way too many new tidbits for the lore. And I think that's how I felt at the time. Who is an F, just because I made the screen a little smaller so we could see, that is Alan Davies down there. And sorry, I'll stop. Alan Davis down there in F. Okay, but two other runs were happening at the same time, really three, as Morrison. We still don't have anybody in the eights here. Will Joe Casey be the one? So Joe Casey takes over. Wheels' face tells me possibly not. Joe Casey takes over Uncanny X-Men with 394 at the same time that Morrison takes over New X-Men, but Joe Casey does not last as long as Grant Morrison lasts. He contributes until I think like 412, and he takes the X-Men on this very strange sideways journey. Joe Casey is truly one of the weirdest writers in comic books from then till now. Always weird. Truly, truly weird. He makes Chamber one of the main characters, which I love. He invents the idea of the X-Corps, and he seems to be like totally disinterested in playing the X-Men as traditional heroes. And he's like, what if they were just these like weird people who were like trying to do a job that they weren't necessarily even very good at, but the job at least gives it structure. And what if I made up Stacy X and brought Blob in and gave Banshee a job? It's just like so sideways from any X-Men that had happened previously, which was the direction at that point, because Grant Morrison was also so sideways from any X-Men that had happened previously. Wheels, what is your feeling on Joe Casey?
I think there's things to love here. I like Stacy X. I think there's such they were a really interesting character to work with, and definitely I think a lot of people would have preconceived notions of Stacy X, and I think they really do things to break that down. I think Poptopia, the first arc, is fun. I don't care for the whole X-Corps stuff with Banshee and him being like really fascist. It's really random. But to be fair, it brings back Martinique Wingard, and I love Martinique, so there's that. And it also, again, doesn't last that long. I think it's 409 is the last issue. So again, it's like, and he starts with 394. So that's what, 17 issues. Again, like a really short run. Yeah, I don't know. It's not something I hate. There are things to enjoy. It's not something I'd skip either. If I was doing a read, I wouldn't skip. But it's not like it's definitely dwarfed by Grant's run.
Now the chat, I did not expect them to have a lot of opinions on this. I was wrong. So Poptopia Secunda says, banger alert. Nick says, this run is trash. Richard B says, I love this run. Justice for Stacy X. Wiccan says, X-Men Omnibus, the weird shit, which is what I call it. Dr. Zero says, Austen better than Casey. Rodimus Prime says C or D tier. Edwin, one of the nicest people in the comments usually, says it's a D or an F. And that's the voice he said it in. I know there's no way to tell, but I do know that he said it that way. Tiger Eye saying, I love Casey, but WTF, London Morlocks, brothel, X-Men. So bad. Idle Weidler says this stuff is rotten. Bronze Dragon Comics says it's weird, but I don't hate it. I give it a C. Larry giving it a C. Roger Lamb had his lighters up while you were talking. People, and then it continued, but I guess it's time.
Oh gosh.
On 3, I struggle with this one.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
1, 2, 3, B minus.
C. I was gonna say C, but wow, you're getting higher than. Okay.
I like it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's not. I'm happy with B.
But you were gonna say C. Where on C? Because B minus, one could argue, is the same thing as C.
Yeah.
Where were you gonna put him?
I'd say probably the top of C. So it's not even like that much of a change. I think it's like fun, weird stuff. But again, it's just sort of like really dwarfed by other things, unfortunately.
So you think better than Stan Lee. Joe Casey on the list of X-Men writers, definitively a better X-Men writer than Stan Lee.
Well, I would probably go back to it more because at least I can read them and not be like, oh, this is so boring. So
see, I'm having the opposite reaction to Stan Lee the more and more we talk. Now that I remember that he really only wrote until 20 and then Roy Thomas took over, I think I'm almost ready to move him up to the B tier at this point. Not quite. But I do think my putting Joe Casey as a B minus was notwithstanding Stan Lee. I was thinking of it just being better than Byrne.
Okay. Well, maybe Byrne needs to go lower then. Not to trigger the chat, please. But
chat's already been long since triggered about our opinions about John Byrne. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll just leave him at the top of C for now. Yeah. I think I might eventually use an override on Stan Lee, but let's see how things develop. Okay. Next is the one that I am, of course, the most excited to talk about. By the way, I start everything on A just because there's nothing else there and we can just see it clearly. It doesn't mean we're going to leave them on A. Chuck Austen. So Chuck Austen takes over for Joe Casey. And Chuck Austen, to this day, says that he was given the direction, make X-Men soap opera, because neither of the other titles were doing that. And he gets all of these cool manga-influenced artists. And Chuck Austen is like, I got it. I'm on it, boss. Wheels, I don't know if I've ever heard you because we get to talk about this in the event show because there's no big story here. How do you feel about Chuck Austen?
The first time I read through it, I was like, well, this is awful. But over time, in the years since, I've come to appreciate it. And this is always something I say. I guess spoilers for a future run we'll get to. X-Men Gold, I would read this over X-Men Gold any day of the week because it's never boring. It is never boring. You could pick up any issue and something crazy is happening. That's so much to talk about. something to talk about. Whereas X-Men Gold, I can't even tell you what happens in most of those issues. So
well established that you would put it higher than Guggenheim, but they could be adjacent on the F tier. Not that I'm asking you to put it in a tier yet. But you're comparing it to what might be the worst run of X-Men of all time.
And we'll get to that. But I think at the time I was like, there's so like I view the craziness as like a bad thing, which and maybe looking back, I'm a bit more like, oh, like this is fun. Like there's an element of fun in a way, you know, like Angel and Husk doing it in the sky is something I always think about. But Bobby,
that's unforgivable.
Havoc offering to make Iceman a body out of pee. Lorna's wedding.
Just go through all the greatest hits. Every greatest hit.
You can't. But then there was a good subplot with Juggernaut and his redemption that goes all the way from whatever 400, and because he also takes over X-Men for about 10 issues after Grant Morrison leaves.
This is
all the way up to 165.
Yeah, so, it's not just about the classic Austen Uncanny run. He keeps writing for the first 10 issues of Adjectiveless after Morrison leaves. And honestly, I think that it kind of shows that it's a lie that he was such a bad writer, because it's fine. After he's done being given this Make It Soap Opera directive, he delivers a very readable run of X-Men. So here's my thing. Much like I think is often the case with Spider-Man, I think that part of the reaction to this Chuck Austen run is inextricable to what people feel about what the plots did, and they can't just look at the writing of it. They're like, how dare you do that stupid story with Nightcrawler's father, which has since been retconned, so it doesn't really matter. Like, how dare you? But it's like a lot of the how dare yous are about the decision that was made to affect the character's like arc in the story, but it doesn't really have to do with like how well it was written or not. It's just people don't like it. Like, I actually I'm always into breaking up all the big X couples. I don't think I'm finally accepted Jean can be with Scott, but I don't care if Polaris is with Alex. I don't care if Rogue is with Gambit. I don't care. So like, to me, the whole wedding drama, that was fun. I love Juggernaut in this run. I love him. It made me actually like a fan of his character. I love North Star in this run, which is like
Iceman, like
it's so good. So like, I'm not arguing to put him on the A tier. Like, I'm not going to make that argument. But and the other thing is, you're comparing. Everybody's going to compare Austen's run to Morrison's run happening at the same time, which is an unwinnable comparison. And also to Claremont on Extreme X-Men, which we'll get to in a second, which was giving you big, recognizable X-Men team doing X-Men things. So like, I just think so. And then also, if I may, in 2010, the trades for this were so out of print. You had to pay $40 or $50 on eBay to get one. And then it wasn't even unlimited at the time. And then you get the trade and you're really like, I paid $50 for this. Like, it was very kind of like sad trombone as people were putting in effort to reading it and then hating it. And I think if it had just been regularly available all of that time, the way that Extreme's trades were much easier to get a hold of, and Morrison was constantly in print, people would just kind of be like, nah. Like, I don't think that they would be as like up in arms about it if it hadn't been so restricted for so long. But that's, I don't know. I guess, I mean, let's look at what the chat has to say, because I'm sure they have opinions. Goody's saying, you're making me want to read some of these bad runs right now.
You should. I think everyone needs to.
Electric City saying, I'm only checking in every 25 minutes to gasp in horror. And Bratney Queers saying, this is great. Thank you, Krisis. You're very, very welcome. Idle Widler saying, I read all this with Morrison and Extreme in order, and it was quite funny, derogatory. Dr. Zero says, I love the contrast with Morrison's run, though Angel, Husk, and Draco is bad. Portfolio BD saying it's an F. Elon Reese is just laughing at us. Kane and Squid Boy so endearing, says Nick N. Justice for Squid Boy, says Robert Secundus. I'm using Juggy Squid Boy as a selling point. Yes, clearly we all are, Andy. Richard B saying, I love that Austen is getting somewhat of a re-examination and people are realizing there's a lot of stuff in there. There's some mental shit in there too, mind. I'd love to see him get into C. Logan Wayne has never read this run. Austen, Sex in the Sky says it all. Tiger Eye says it F, dropped the title. Wigan loves North Star in it. So while Nick's saying, I enjoyed this run with rose-colored glasses while it was coming out, I was baffled. Now it's fun and different. So nobody's saying A, but not everybody's saying F. On 3, we will say where we will put it. 1, 2, 3,
D.
But the top of D.
Yeah, at the top,
Yeah.
exactly. Because I would read those issues more than the Jim Lee issues. And there's just
Because
more
it's
interesting
fun.
things. Yeah.
And there's nothing deficient about the writing. The plotting is batshit crazy and some of it shouldn't have happened. But in terms of like sitting down on a Sunday afternoon and just reading some like goofy comics, it is very readable.
100%.
Okay, well, great. Now, before we continue, we have to once again revisit Chris Claremont here on the Uncanny tier, because he is in this period writing X-Treme X-Men, which is the kind of like big recognizable superhero version of X-Men that was happening alongside Grant Morrison and alongside Chuck Austen. Starts out super strong, really cool opening. Settler to Rocca on art for almost the entire series, just big ideas. Claremont's back, baby, and then it feels like it's like a journey of watching him just crawl up his own ass as the series continues, for me at least, because it just gets so Claremont that it almost by the end has turned into Claremont parodying the worst aspects of Claremont that everybody does, but he's parodying them without realizing he's parodying them. He is just with a straight face doing it. But that's my read on it. Wheels?
Yeah, I think it starts off strong. I think the whole like Destiny's Diaries thing. I think the team who's in the team is like, you got big characters, of course, Storm and Rogue and Gambit, and then you have Sage in there as well. But then I think something around like the mid-20s, it starts to go a bit. And then we have things like the Arena, which is full of Claremont's kink and whatnot.
I think that is actually, from what I recall back in 2010, before there was a whole other decade of stories, the Arena is like acknowledged widely as one of the worst arcs of X-Men of all time. Yeah.
Yeah, just interest. Yeah.
Now, is all of that enough? Now we have before it was this academic discussion of like, are we going to take him off the Uncanny tier? Probably not. Now, however, there's a little bit more of a point to that discussion. Does this put him behind Grant Morrison?
I don't know. I don't think. I would say no.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Because half of it's very enjoyable. And again, Morrison has low points too. And like Claremont, even 20 issues of low points for Claremont still is outweighed by the amount of good stuff that he has delivered. Okay. All right. Now, I mean, let's just keep courting controversy, because here we are with Joss Whedon, which again, I'm just dragging them up to A because it's an easy place to see them. It is not a value judgment yet. I've told the story 100 times, so I'm not going to start with this. I want to hear your story about how you first encountered or discovered or read Joss Whedon's run on Astonishing X-Men.
I want to say it was one of the first issues I maybe ever read was I want to say issue 6, because it came with like a figure of like a Marvel Legends figure or whatever it was back in the early 2000s. And I really enjoyed that issue. I'm trying to remember when I first read it through fully, but I do enjoy this a lot. Like it's very cinematic, and that's obviously in part because of the art, but we're not counting the art. But I think it is really good. Really, really good. And this is what I recommend when people go, oh, where should I start reading X-Men? This is what I say. If you're just a fan of superheroes, this is the starting point, I would say.
You know, I often tell the story, it feels like almost every stream on this channel, about how I used to buy it off of the spinner rack by the counter in Tower Records on Broad Street in Philadelphia. But actually, making notes for this, I remembered my introduction to it was different. I was on a little mini road trip. I think we were driving to like a wedding in Virginia or something. So it was only like a 4-hour drive from Philly. So we stopped somewhere. There was like a little stall, like a bookstore. It was still early in the 2000s, where it was like fun to just go into a random little bookstore, because, you know, Amazon was still not the force that it became. And I was like, oh, I'm just going to go in the bookstore and just see if there's like, you know, some fun fantasy book or something to pick up. And they had some comic books, which I had not been buying for almost a decade at that point. And they had the Wolverine cover is that 3 where it's all in yellow and he's like jumping towards. And so I'm like, oh, look, an X-Men comic. And then I did this like, wah, 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 and I was like, Joss Whedon, because I wasn't following X-Men news or anything. And of course I was a huge Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan, so I bought it. And I like ran out to the car, and the person I was with was somebody who knew Buffy. And I was like, Joss Whedon's writing X-Men. It just was, because we weren't in this like internet monoculture in the same way we are now, where you would have heard about it on TikTok and on YouTube and from your Facebook. Like all of that was so early at this point that it was like, I just got to have this organic experience of finding Joss Whedon writing X-Men in a random bookstore on a road trip. Then, of course, I didn't even know trade paperbacks were like a thing. I'd been out of comics for so long. And so then I was like, I'm not buying single issues. But then I guess it must have been pretty late in that issue being out, because only a couple of months later, I saw the first collection at Tower Records, and then the rest is history. I think it's infinitely rereadable. I think that Joss Whedon, TV writers to me kind of can go either way in comics. Some of them expect an actor to be delivering the lines, and so the lines can come off really, really bland, and sometimes you just read it and you're like, there's no like sauce here, because you realize that they're writers who write for actors. But Whedon is not that. Whedon really feels like he spent so much time distinguishing what does Scott sound like, what does Hank sound like, what does Kitty sound like, what does Emma sound like, that they just, every time they talk, it feels like a line that could only come from them. Even if it's quippy and funny and it has that Whedon snap to it, it still feels like you could not ever interchange any character in the run to say anybody else's line. And to me, that's good writing. Yeah. The plot, do I care about the Danger plot? No. Do I care about the plot with Cassandra Nova and the Reformed Hellfire Club, which makes no fucking sense because it gets
it's all in,
yeah. No. But so it's almost like the opposite of some of these other ones that I've been like, but the plotting was good. I think the plotting was kind of shit, but the writing was.
Yeah, I think this is like just so good in terms of the pacing is really good. And like the dialogue, I think, as you said, that all the characters they have a voice, and it's not like Josh doesn't stumble into how they're already firmly there from issue one. I feel like, I always think about that in that very first issue where Kitty walks into the hall and goes, like Emma's like, "Why you're late?" And then she's like, "Oh, sorry, I was remembering to put on all my clothes." Like, I think that was just perfect, and I think that the Kitty Emma dynamic is like so good, and it's clearly something that's lasted because people keep revisiting that dynamic between the two of them.
And it's so reverent of Claremont. Like, it's not like Whedon invented that. They've always had that since her first appearance. But no, because Kitty wasn't around as much during the Generation X period to bump up against Emma all that much, it's kind of like nobody had the chance to fully play this beat of like, so you're the headmistress of my school? Like, and Whedon, who was a huge X-Men fan, he says that the whole point of creating Buffy is he wanted to do a show about Kitty. Like, he was like, I split up Kitty between Buffy and Willow, and they were both Kitty. Yeah. So like, it just, as for all the problems that we may have about, I would say posthumously, but like posthumous in this run about Whedon, his love and reverence and getting Kitty's character right is not one of those problems. So Edwin Billiot, astonishing. Super Jop, A. Whedon, Larry says it's an E, just ahead of Morrison. Idle Weidler could read every year. Goody says overrated, but A is right. The art is better than the writing, says Jamie C. Max Appleman, A. Tiger Eyes, A. Nick N. Astonishing is my comfort read. Elon, A. Whedon is uncanny, says Patrick. Love is run and astonishing. It was like watching a movie. Big stories done well, and the art lifts everything up. Not too much dialogue, just enough writing to keep the flow. But Andy Holcomb doesn't really understand the love. Not horrible. Certainly not great, very middle of the road. Vailned says A for astonishing, but Eds Martin says overrated, B at best. So there's a few people who just think it's a little bit softer, and I'm interested to see what their faves are. Xena Flair says it flows in a way the comics just weren't doing at a time. Rodimus Prime saying is A because it brought me back, and I do think as much as we're trying to not judge by like extracurriculars here, again we kind of did for Morrison, and that it like reawakened the franchise. I think if Morrison kept the franchise alive, Whedon brought everybody back to reading it because people knew who he was. Wow, and the chat, I mean, I can't possibly bring up every chat. People are saying so much. It's X-Men for people who've never read X-Men. Good book to hand people new to comics. Roger Land saying Kitty and Emma leveled up, but Logan Waid says hi D, and so does Renzo. All right, here, and then I'm going to do one more because I don't think we've said hi to him yet. Astonishing is one of the best rereads out of a lot of stories. Says Josh O. on lines. Josh on lines. All right, here we go.
Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3, A.
A.
Okay.
But I am torn between Uncanny and A. But I'm just like, am I being influenced by the art? Because I think it wouldn't work in the same way if it was someone that wasn't John Cassaday. You know?
Yeah, not many people have the benefit of having the same artist for 25 issues.
And I mean,
also the greatest of all time, which John Cassaday was in this period. I will accept.
Yeah.
No, and let's not forget Laura Martin coloring. That makes John Cassaday's art. So it's even though we're not judging on art, to have that level of consistency. I mean, who on this list has benefited from that level of consistency? Pretty much just Stan Lee and Chris Claremont. I don't know if anybody else had a single artist run. Nicieza has Kubert for a pretty long time, but there are fill-ins.
Yeah. And so I'm just like I'm just torn between two, but I think A's comfortable there. I mean, and also Josh gets 4 years to write 25 issues. No one else would ever get 4 years to write 24 issues. I don't think.
And the other thing is, and the reason I cannot put it on Uncanny, even though it might be my favorite on this list, I can't put it on at Uncanny because he doesn't really have a lot of new ideas. When we're ranking writers, I want good writing and I want good ideas. Whedon comes up with Break World, which is great, but that's basically the first arc and the last arc. And then the Danger, I mean, Danger is a cool idea, but and then that Hellfire arc, I do find it very entertaining, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I suppose.
And so it's not a lot of original material, and especially because it's so written for arc, because we're like into the Bendis era here. It's not like there's like a lot of little moments to grip onto. It's 4 stories.
No, I was gonna say, I think like Danger. I love Danger. I think I enjoy that arc a lot. But it's not an original idea in terms of Cerebro had already come back, I think, and been evil. So it's not even like a brand new X-Men idea. We'd already done that. Like, I mean, I guess it's done better than the Hunt for Xavier, but like.
And again, we're quibbling over him being on A. Like again, that's like when I say I don't like a Claremont issue, he's uncanny. Like I'm just saying that there's probably just a slight invisible barrier between Whedon and Morrison for me, because Morrison was such an idea machine, and Whedon just wasn't quite as much. Yeah. Okay. Maybe if he was faster. Now, before we go to the next one, guess what? We have to rank Chris Claremont again, because Chris Claremont writes Uncanny X-Men: The New Age in this period. It starts with issue 444 with that iconic Nightcrawler tail cover, one of my favorite covers of all time. And he writes the team in a configuration he had never really written it before. He gets to write Emma as a good guy, which he really didn't get to do too much. He gets to write Bishop, who he did use on X-Treme X-Men, but and he gets to bring Rachel back into the fold. So a lot of his kind of faves, but not just his like OG faves, although Storm and Nightcrawler are on it. Yeah. I will say, if there was any wavering of putting him below Morrison, I fuck with this run so hard. Plus Alan Davis on art, but we're not judging that. I don't care that he made Rachel a dinosaur. I think that he brings in X-23. The Savage Land arc, other than the Rachel being a dinosaur, is cool. And Rachel being a dinosaur is in keeping with her having total molecular control over her body, which has always been a Rachel and Jean Grey thing. And then the Hellfire Club break-in, and then like bringing Psylocke back. I think this run is blockbuster. I think it's just as good as his original Uncanny X-Men. Yeah,
I agree. I think it's good all the way through, pretty much. Like all the things you said, plus like we have the House of M stuff, which I think is a really interesting. He uses that as a way to explore Psylocke and Rachel instead of going in, and the End of Greys as well. End of Greys.
Possibly the most brutal. I remember reading it and just being like, I've read bloodier comics. I've read Crossed. I've read The Walking Dead. Like, I don't know if I've been as ever viscerally gutted by a sequence as the sequence as when the Shi'ar arrive at the Summers family house or the Grey family house in that. I mean, just saying it now, I'm like, oh.
Yeah. It's just, it's so good. And I think it's really interesting to see Claremont really have to work in the modern X-Men world. Like, because in X-Treme, it was just off. They were off doing their own thing. But this is really working within like the school.
Yeah, that's a really
and
good
like
point.
The modern stuff.
It feels like he's acknowledged, like, okay, I'm going to play with the current toys.
I have to write Emma as a good guy. Okay. There's obviously the stuff with Rachel being like super hateful to Emma, but you know,
which I love.
It's
Of course
messy, which
her mom is dead,
yeah,
and her dad is dating Emma. It is the best plot point ever.
yeah. So I think if anything, this would keep Claremont in Uncanny, and that's
yeah. Oh, yeah. hard agreement on that. Like, I love this run. People in the chat are asking if it would be called Reloaded. The original trades, we usually say New Age is on the trades. It said like Uncanny X-Men New Age on the original trades, which is what I have. I don't have the recollections. Then I think when they recollected it, they might have changed to Reloaded, but it was labeled in both ways promotionally at the time. So highly recommended if you've never read it before. I mean, really one of the better runs that I think we've talked about. Yeah. But now at the same time as that, we have Peter, and again, not really in the A tier, I'm just putting them there so we could see them. We have Peter Milligan taking over on the adjectiveless book from Chuck Austen and writing what, for me, I can't even do the voice because it's like, it is the most boring. How can you make X-Men as boring as Peter Milligan makes X-Men? I will say I do like this Apocalypse art from where you've drawn the cover here, Blood of Apocalypse, but that's only the final 6 issues. Everything that comes before that, the Golgotha,
Wild the Fox
Kingdom,
stuff.
It is the most even the Bizarre Love Triangle. It is the most boring X-Men comic I think I've read in my life. Wheels, thoughts?
I wouldn't say it was the most boring. I would actually say that Milligan is kind of a successor to Austen in the way of crazy stories. I mean, in Golgotha, the only thing I remember from Golgotha is that this weird psychic monster makes Logan and Rogue kiss. Weird. And then there's all the Gambit Rogue. Oh, we can't even touch on the astral plane. And then the Fox Mystique stuff. That's crazy mess. And then the Apocalypse stuff, which I think a lot of people look back like, oh, interesting because like Gambit becomes death and whatnot. But realistically, the story is not that good. It's more of the ideas of, oh, this person is this and this person. And there's also that weird like Polaris Dap story in the middle, I don't care for Dupe. So I don't care for that.
The only reason I feel right, because I mean, again, we're not taking into account him writing Ecstatics, which is one of the most brilliant comic books ever. It's not in this accounting. I think the reason I like that Apocalypse arc is because nobody had really ever done anything with Apocalypse. If you look at the history of Apocalypse, he's like introduced by Louise Simonson and it fucking rocks. Then like Claremont uses him a little tiny bit just by virtue of like setting up the Cable stuff, before he leaves. Then he kind of just crawls around and whines during Executioner Song. Then there's Ages of Apocalypse and Apocalypse of the 12. Like, him just observing during Onslaught. Like, I just felt like finally somebody does an Apocalypse story that feels like it matters. Like, he's making new Horsemen. He's like, screw you, X-Men. Like, it just felt like finally he's an active. But that is the only positive thing I can say for this run. Yeah. Chat is not. Logan Wayne is like, oh, wait, what run is this? Nick, not a huge fan. Robert Secundus thinking I missed the run. You might have just forgotten about it because you wouldn't be forgiven. Derek says D. Jamie C saying bad. Tiger Eyes also forgot it. I mean, like, let's just read the vibe of the room here. JM, hey, the other person whose X-Men opinion I always trust other than Wheels is if it's the JM21 I'm thinking of. Mergen was D. Blood of Apocalypse saves it from E. That's how I feel. Patrick Milligan is underrated, but mid-tier. D. Low C. D. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, D. Yeah.
But lower than Chuck Austen because I think there's just more, like, again, the messiness of Austen makes it more interesting.
I'm going to put it lower than Lee. At least Lee was fun. Like, none of us are saying that Lee isn't Jim Lee's issues weren't fun.
That's fine. I don't have
but
any
better than Waid? You're the one who defended Waid and kept me from putting him on F. Peter
well,
Milligan
I think there's more to chew on with Milligan's, whereas Waid has like 5 issues. So yeah, we'll keep it there.
Okay. All right, let's continue to, again, something that was starting to happen concurrent to this, starting with Deadly Genesis, which now is when the chat's going to hate me again, comes Ed Brubaker, who is basically told, shake things up even more. You finally get to do the third Summers Brother plot. So he writes Deadly Genesis, which does have X-Men in the title, so it counts. Then he switches over to Uncanny as Claremont leaves and does the Rise and Fall of the Shi'ar Empire, which kind of takes the X-Men into space, pursuing Vulcan. Then he continues to write some space stuff leading into War of Kings, some of which does have X-Men in the title, like Empire. There's some
X-Men Kingbreaker.
X-Men Kingbreaker, right? But then he also continues writing Uncanny. So he writes an arc of Uncanny called Extremists, which is a Morlock arc. And then he is technically the writer on Uncanny during Messiah Complex. Yeah. And he continues to write kind of co-scripting with Fraction up until 499. So this is, a lot of people conflate Messiah Complex with being Fraction. It's actually Brubaker. Now, I will say, since I'm already talking a lot, I love Deadly Genesis because, again, I had no internet chirping in my ear. I just was catching. So this is now I'm buying comics at 2010. I'm getting every trade I can find. And I'm like, they're going to resolve the third Summers Brother. And there was a secret team on Krakoa. And like, I to this day do not understand the hate that it got. To me, it was nothing could have been cooler. Then Rise and Fall of the Shi'ar Empire is my favorite X-Men space arc of all time. I think The Extremists is one of the best Morlock stories of all time. And I think Messiah Complex is one of the best events of all time. So y'all are fighting a downhill battle with me to try to get me to put this man low on the tiers, because I love Ed Brubaker as an X-Men writer, even though he himself is like, I don't know if I was that good in it. No, King, you were great at it. Wheels, what did you think about Ed Brubaker?
Well, I don't enjoy Deadly Genesis as much as you do, but I do think the Rise and Fall of Shi'ar Empire is actually really good. I know there's some people that are like, oh, it's like they don't care for it, but I actually think it's quite fun. It's quite fun to just have this one team of X-Men in space for 12 issues, just taking it away from the school, away from all the, like, this completely avoids like all the stuff going on at the school, and it's just something different. And of course, space stuff is so ingrained in X-Men. To me, anyway, I think I associate X-Men and space. And this was interesting. And they finally got to do something with the Shi'ar, which I think they hadn't really touched since Morrison blew them up during New X-Men. So yeah. I actually think it's like quite interesting. I think having Charles there and the team is quite an interesting mix as well. It's like Nightcrawler, Charles, I can't even remember who else, Polaris. Well, no, Polaris isn't on. Oh, she does. Does she join? She joins back for.
Yeah, no, yes. She's part of it. Yeah, yeah.
And so I think it's just like an interesting team. Yeah, I think also Ed just really sort of shakes things up a little bit, and of course with Messiah Complex, incredible. Like I think that's the best, one of the best X-Men runs.
And the thing I like about it is he, unlike a lot of these other writers, he doesn't really seem to have any pet favorites. Like he transitions, the cast in Deadly Genesis is different than the cast that he takes to space. I mean, the fact that he even picks Warpath, Rachel, like he's not. Yeah. And then he comes back to Earth and does a good Storm story, and then he focuses on Cyclops and Emma. I don't think there's a lot of X-Men writers that have a wide facility with that many different characters without just having their pet five. And so, I mean, I just really like it. I don't know. I don't personally have any negatives about it at all. Like I just don't think there's nothing for me to complain about. Now we will check in on the chat. So Goody says, I remember enjoying his space opera, probably a low B. Jamie C is not feeling well right now. Larry's Library says Brubaker, and I can't tell if that's a smile or the equals D. I'm not sure which. Jamie C says D. Patrick says easy A tier. Nick N says love him except for the death of Sean. Rise and Fall was amazing. Richard B saying Deadly Genesis drags it down to a B, but high highs. Jeremy Kelly says on par with Whedon. J&M says Brubaker is tough as it needs other material to finish as a satisfying read. That is a very fair assessment. Deadly Genesis holding him back, says Derek Tyler. Broadimus Prime saying Brubaker is great but not the worst. I would say C. Logan Wayne saying boo, preparing the tomatoes to throw at Wheels depending on how Wheels ranks it. Tiger Eyes. I learned today that Wheels has a pathological fear of tomatoes. Maybe that'll have to do with
No, I don't. I actually quite like them. I just find the concept of throwing tomatoes like really funny and scary at the same time.
I just thought maybe your singing Welsh went badly during that last tour. But we'll get into that on the after show.
Well.
Okay. Tiger Eyes saying B or A. Somebody we haven't talked to yet, Kryptonic Man saying his X-Men stuff was really good beats here. So I think the vibe that is emerging, because there's so many more comments. Brubaker is one of the goats in comics, and his X-Men was not uncanny, but it was good. I'd revise my vote to B tier as I love Messiah Complex. It feels like a lot of people are like, I just can't forgive Deadly Genesis, but other than that, it was good. Like, it seems like that's generally the vibe. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, A.
Oh, I wanted to say B, but A. I think no.
No. Say B. I mean,
no, because I'm torn, because I think Deadly Genesis is the weakest part for me. But then you can't forget he like steered Messiah Complex, and that is the best. So I'm like.
And out of Messiah Complex. That could have been a flop if they kind of just left it there. But he was like, no, the X-Men are moving to San Francisco, which Fraction was influencing. Yeah. I could, if chat really is upset, and you were going to put it on B2, here's the thing. I know there's more A's coming.
Yeah.
And I do agree with JM, who is a very sage X-Men fan, that it's made great in part because of War of Kings, and I feel like that is influencing me slightly, but that does not have X-Men in the title, so I can't count it. I am willing to put it on the top of B tier.
Yeah, okay. But then I feel wrong putting it above, because I feel like Fabian and Scott have so much more impacts.
It could be that Fabian and Scott belong in the A tier this whole time, and maybe we need to break up the C tier. All right, well, okay. We're going to leave him at the top of B to begin. If A doesn't fill out, I'm putting him back on A, and we could argue and maybe use an override.
Okay.
But I know that I have a couple of A's coming up, so. So here we go. Oh, boy. Now we have Mike Carey, who takes over Adjectiveless X-Men on issue 188. He writes the Supernovas arc. He invents the Children of the, what are they called? Children of the Vault. He brings Cable into the team, Sabretooth, Mystique, Cannibal, Rogue leading the team. Then he's part of the team that writes Messiah Complex. Then he writes about 50 issues of X-Men Legacy. First, really doing some amazing character work with Professor X, and then writing what to me is the definitive Rogue comic book of all time, with, incidentally, fantastic art the entire time.
Yeah.
Wheels, I don't know if I've ever heard you talk about Legacy. What are your feelings on X-Men?
I love Mike Carey's run. It's another run that I could just reread all the time. I think it's really good in the beginning stuff before Messiah Complex. I think Rogue is making really crazy choices, but that's part of the fun. But I think when it transitions into X-Men Legacy, and particularly when it becomes a Rogue story, then it's like, it's just so good. And it is one of those long runs that you don't particularly get anymore, because obviously he starts with 188, and I think his last issue on Legacy, which is what X-Men becomes, is 260. Yeah. So it's what, 70 issues, which
and is, it's just him the whole time. Yeah.
And I think brings in so many different things. I think really is an amazing exploration of Rogue. She gets her powers back, and then brings in Magneto to the whole Gambit Rogue thing of it all, and introduces Frenzy and things like that, and
right, like all these character moments, but then like big ideas, like bringing Emplet back and making him scary. Children of the Vault, one of the most iconic new inventions. Age of X, and resolving so Brubaker's space plot.
Yeah,
Legion doing an incredible Legion story, although that was a little bit set up by Zeb Wells, but in New Mutants, but
and also
it's not little stuff. Proteus on,
and I was going to say that Amargordo stuff that Fabian sets up in the 90s with the whole Sinister takes over Charles thing, deals with that as well.
Miss Sinister. So let's see what the chat is thinking. Hold on, I gotta get. Carey is uncanny. Derek stumping to move Fabian up to A. Max, uncanny. JM21 saying at least an A minimum. 0, uncanny. Derek Tyler, an easy A. I want to just highlight this one. Don Thomas, not a hardcore X-Men fan, but this stream and chat is great. Thank you all. That's so delightful. And, part of my goal and why I love having Wheels on the channel is because I don't want to just make this for X-Men mega fans and just go, this is an A, this is B. I really want to invite you into why you should check out even the worst run on here. Maybe we didn't do it for the worst one, but everything above that we have. And I think that Wheels is exceptionally talented at like inviting you in to X-Men stuff, which I think is why it's fun to watch the videos in his channel. Like if you're just like a casual fan and you're watching X-Men 97 and you're like, why is everybody freaking out about this? Like Wheels will tell you why everybody's freaking out about it. So that's why I shouldn't be left alone to do X-Men stuff. I need somebody to make sure I keep it accessible. Tiger Eyes says uncanny. Carey, Patrick would have him just be a Brubaker, Edric, and Cedric, who's Sellen. Now they're Cedric, Sellen, and anyway, Carey is an A. A lot of uncanny. I don't think we've had a lot of people come out for uncanny as much on any other writer. So let's do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Uncanny.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, now let's really get into it. On 3, say the person who they will be directly below.
Directly below. Okay, the person they're directly below. Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Morrison.
No one.
Oh, directly
you
below.
Put him you want to put him under Morrison. I want to put him above Claremont.
Oh. Oh. Wow.
The only problem that I could say that it has is that he only writes Rogue, but that's not true because he writes great stuff for Magneto. He writes great stuff for Frenzy. He writes great stuff for Professor X. And like you said, it's this long, I mean, it's like a 5-year run. So I mean, it's not 16 years, but for the quality to be that high over 5 years, not 5 years Whedon style, 5 years from like 2008 to 2000 and the end of, actually maybe it's only 4 years. Maybe it starts in 2007. Yeah, it's 7-11. All right, I won't put it above Claremont, but I will argue this is better than Morrison. You really take exception with that.
I just I love it. I love it, and I could read it, but I don't know whether the big ideas are. Well, this is where I'm viewing it on the impact, and I love the Venom. It has major impact for Rogue, but I don't. But then the problem with this is that Rogue. I mean, maybe this isn't fair to, but after this, Rogue goes from that to Avengers. That's where they take Rogue.
And then it gets ignored. Yeah, the problem is that nobody wants to let this stick.
No. So, but that's really me grasping at straws. It doesn't have as big impact as the other two.
I think I'm saving my overrides to the end on this one because I know that I don't want to blow them now.
No, we can definitely. I think we could definitely revisit. I think we'll definitely need to.
No, I see it in your face that you don't want to put it above Morrison.
I just don't know if I don't know if I could do. I don't know if I could.
I'm gonna know what my override situation is better after the next one.
I like how I visibly I went. I did not.
Yeah, you got you had a physical reaction. The chat. First of all, the chat is like, Krisis, shut up with your friggin' hot takes, better than Claremont. I just think, here's the thing. I know Claremont, 16 years, Claremont invented everything, yes. But if we're just talking about never a dull moment, no weird, boring kink issue. For me, Carey is just all hits every single issue.
Yeah, there isn't a dull issue. There isn't a dull issue at all.
Yeah.
So apart from maybe the Xavier stuff in the middle can be maybe a bit. But
I like that. Yeah. So that's just my reaction. I'm not saying he's more notable than Claremont or we shouldn't venerate Claremont. I'm just saying purely on a quality of what was delivered standpoint. I don't think anybody else we've talked about yet can touch Carey. So from that standpoint, I put him in the top. Yes, Claremont, but to me, even Morrison had a couple bum moments. Yeah. And the chat has so many feelings right now. They're all up in their feels. But I hope they're ready for how passionate I am about Matt Fraction. Now they've heard so I will let you go first on Matt Fraction's X-Men, which is more or less 500 to 534.
Yeah. This is my, aside from Krakoa, this is my favorite era and sort of period of X-Men. I just really, and again, it's not really something I should be nostalgic for because I started reading after this. But I just love the vibe of them going to San Francisco. I love the team that's involved. I think the Sisterhood arc, lots of people love to hate on the Sisterhood arc, but I think it's fun. I think there's a camp element to it. And of course things like the whole versus the Dark Avengers. So good, so prescient, really, still to this day. We talked about that in the last stream, but like, so good. And like bringing back Magneto and ingraining him into the team again, and he's ever since he came back in like 520 or whatever, he's been with the X-Men ever since. There's not really been a moment since where he's left. Second Coming, I mean, Second Coming's great. So yeah, I just really love this era. I just have a real love for like the San Francisco era and Utopia stuff.
And I think, so this was what I was like actively reading as stuff was coming out, because I started reading like current issues during Second Coming, so at the end of this. And I feel like the primary critique of it was like, he writes broclops. Everybody had coined this term broclops, that Cyclops is too much of a frat boy with his glasses and his backwards baseball cap. But then when you read it, like, that's not actually what's happening. It's just that Cyclops is allowed to be the lead, and he's absolutely the lead in this run, but like, it's got all sorts of interesting texture, which I don't have to repeat everything that you've said, but like, it really feels like Fraction is one of the first writers in a long time to be like, the cast is everyone. Like, even though Morrison had that idea that all the cast was all mutants, Morrison actually mostly stuck to the people that were on that cover. I don't know if since Claremont we've had somebody who really truly, or I guess we could say Nicieza and Lobdell, kind of like everybody was fair game. But even at this point, like, even if you weren't on the main X-Men team, you were fair. Pixie was fair game. Dazzler was fair game. Everybody was fair game. And I think if anything, Fraction had a lot of big ideas that he didn't quite get all the way through. Like, he teased some Phoenix stuff that, turns into AVX, but I got the idea that he had other ideas for it. He teases some stuff with Beast leaving that I don't really think ever fully gets capitalized on. But Fraction, I think, was just tired, and it was time for Gillen to take over, and that's just the way that it was. Also, Fraction writes some other stuff in this era that is X-Men, like X-Men X Nation and X-Men like Divided We Fall, like short stories and stuff, which is all great. And X-Men Utopia, Exodus, which is crossover, which is X-Men, and it's great. So let's just see how the chat is feeling, and then we're going to vote. Fraction I'm enjoying so much. Again, North Star and Pixie. Jamie C likes the Fraction run. Derek Tyler defending Carey, saying it helped influence the Legion show, although to be fair, so did who's that weird guy? Spurrier. Love Fraction's run. Started reading after Fraction. Damn you, young people. I'm not young. I just had been away for a while. Fractions is an A. Solid B, maybe an A. It was good and a good copy artist, even though everybody knows I love Greg Land. B for Fraction. Love Fraction's Beast. All right, let's do it. Also, I'm worrying now, did we not put
Yes, I just thought that.
Okay, maybe we'll just have to quickly, maybe while I'm monologuing next, you can just find a Cy Spurrier cover and but then we reload it and I might break it. Oh gosh. Well, we'll
try. We'll
try. Okay. Because I always get afraid that if I reload, then I break it. Okay, on 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, on Fraction.
Wait, 1, okay.
1, 2, 3, A.
A, yeah,
A. Yeah. I personally would put him above Whedon.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay.
I would revisit. I think I would revisit that more. Yeah.
All right. Well, before we get to Gillen, we have a few more. One is Warren Ellis. Warren Ellis writes 3 arcs, 2 in actual Astonishing X-Men, and 1 that is presented as its own separate miniseries because the schedule is so off. And he also writes X-Men Ghost Boxes, which is 2 issues to support his main arc. I actually knew who Ellis was at this point because I had read Planetary. And so I was so excited for him to be the one to take over Whedon, especially because he had done Planetary with John Cassaday. Then he gets Simone Bianchi on art, who I really love. I know a lot of people really felt it was dark. Having been around at this time, this had a very soft reception. People didn't really get it. They thought it was kind of like slow moving. I will say I like that first Ghost Boxes art a lot, but the second arc I just barely can ever remember, no matter how many times I read it. And then the miniseries Exogenesis with Carey Andrews is just deeply weird. I'm glad that it exists. He does some fun stuff with Storm, but ultimately for Warren Ellis being as big of a mover and shaker as he is, it's actually quite unremarkable, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, I actually really like that second arc, which I think is called Exogenesis, but then the other one is called Xenogenesis.
Yes, you're right.
But maybe I think I maybe have a fondness for that just because it's one of the few trades I have. And of course, the Phil Jimenez art is stunning. Yeah, I feel it's like it's there. It happened. I'm glad that Storm was brought back into the fold because I feel like obviously she's missing from Astonishing. And I feel like if there was any like glaring like omission from Astonishing, if it had to be one, it would be Storm. Like she's not in Morrison either. Like she's out of the big runs really for most of the.
Yeah, she was kind of like in Black Panther for some of that. She was with Milligan for a while. It just like she kind of gets short shrift for like a solid almost 100 issues of Uncanny where she's just not really present in the 300s really, or no, in the 400s really. So it's nice to have her back. I remember I loved that scene where she flies down. She's in that beautiful white costume.
Oh, I love that white costume. It was one of my favorites, I think, of hers.
But chat's not really having a lot to say about him, so let's just go. 1, 2, 3. C.
Yeah. It's middle of the road.
Yeah, it's just not. I would put him somewhere in here. I don't know. Do you have a strong feeling?
I'd say, but yeah, I'm happy with that. But above Seagle and below, because I think there's some of that the dialogue between Storm and Emma that's fun, like acknowledging them as like people that don't like each other. I think that's fun. But yeah, overall, it's not that. The ghost boxes stuff is.
I think Ellis is worse than Austen as a take, but I want to say Kryptonica Man. I think that's the thing. I love Ellis, and I actually loved this at the time, but it does kind of just fade from my memory. Like it just doesn't. And also I remember it was kind of like lugubrious, like that initial ghost box. It's like they detect a thing and then they go to a beach and then I just like remember reading it and being like, what's that? Where are we now? Somebody's dead and they're in an alleyway. It was kind of just like Ellis was trying to do so much in so little space. But now we come to another thing that's happening at the same time, which is after Second Coming, another adjectiveless X-Men title launches. It's just called X-Men, and it's written by Victor Gischler, who is a novelist. And the remit for this was make the X-Men relevant to the wider Marvel universe again. So they fight vampires. They team up with Spider-Man. They team up with the Fantastic Four. And this is the Jubilee Vampire arc. Gischler writes it for close to 30 issues. It's what do you think about it, Wheels?
Well, the first arc is obviously Curse of the Mutants, which we spoke about in the previous stream. Interesting. You know, I'm not a Vampire Jubilee lover at all. I prefer her without the vampire-ness. But I think actually it improves. It gets better after Curse of the Mutants. Yeah. But like I think the Fantastic Four arc is quite fun where they meet Lee Forrester again. Like what a crazy pull there. And then there's the Regenesis stuff, like right when the schism happens is okay. And I like that the team becomes like a unique sort of pull of like Warpath, Jubilee, Domino, Psylocke, Storm. I think that's
I really like that thing. It feels like around issue 20, they were like, oh, this is where Storm goes. Yeah. Like, there's no title for Storm to be in yet. So because she was kind of in Gillen, but post-Schism, they're like, oh, she'll lead this team.
Yeah.
Up until then, I like the Fantastic Four arc because it's when Doom is in the white costume, and I do like that period a lot. I just don't, I mean, the Spider-Man sewer stuff is so boring. The vampire stuff kind of just feels like it was build up. It's not until after that, it's that Storm part, those last 10 issues, where I'm like, oh, was this good all along? And then I go back and reread the first half and I'm like, no, it wasn't good all along. It was fine. But then the last third, I think, is actually really good.
Though, we got to remember, at a certain point, Brian Wood does take over the title.
Yes. Around that, right after the Jubilee Vampire stuff kind of gets resolved, right around
24, I want to say. Yeah.
I think it's maybe even a little later. Maybe it's like 28. But Wood takes over in the 20s. So, all right. Well, the chat does not seem to have a lot of opinions about this, so I think we should just go on 3. All right, do you have it?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
C.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just again middle of the road, but I would. I would say at least below Ellis because
below. I thought you were going to say above. Below Ellis. Yeah,
but then
Ellis was so forgettable.
True, and you can't forget the vampire. Like as much as we can dislike it, you can't forget Cyclops telling Dracula to say "Follow your heart." Like there is something like, and like.
All right.
So maybe above, and I'm happy with that. I think.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I mean, I'm moving quickly because some of these in this period are minor and we have some big ones to get to.
Yeah.
Daniel Way, who mostly was known as a Wolverine writer and a Deadpool writer, briefly takes over on Astonishing X-Men alternating arcs with Christos Gage, who we're going to get to in a little bit because he has a longer run coming up. It's Wolverine and Cyclops and I think armor against some kaiju. I just remember this bit. I was like, why would you bother to alternate this with Christos Gage? It's like it's so insignificant.
Not important at all. Like
there's no idea there. Like it is okay, we're there. Like there's nothing to it really.
Yeah. It's forgettable. Like you could easily skip over this and that to get to the Greg Pak.
Yes.
Astonishing.
So on 3, the chat feels similarly. Idle Weiler pointing out we're fast approaching the Krisis F tier years. On 3 for Daniel Way. Are you ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. D.
F.
Oh, no arguments there.
I'm just like less because it's bad and more because it's like it's weirdly structured as well because it's like 2 issues and then it cuts to Christos Gage's story and then it cuts back and it's like so more just less that it's bad and more that it's unnecessary. Like
it's just I hate that we even have to rank him. I'm like, why? Even at the time reading it, I was like, what is just let Christos Gage write the other arc? Like, why are you anyway? Okay. Well, Wheels, I don't know that I need to say anything on this one. This could be the Wheels show because our next writer is Kieron Gillen. Now, we're only going to talk about him in the scope that he takes over from 534.1 through the end of Uncanny X-Men 2011 and A versus X Consequences. It has an X in the title, which stands for X-Men. We're not taking into account Krakoa yet. So we will re-rank him when we get to Krakoa. Okay. Everybody knows how I feel about this, Wheels.
Yeah.
So what do you want to tell the chat?
Well, I love this as well. It's continuing the Matt Fraction stuff. I think continues well with that within the framework that Fraction left off. But in some ways, I don't know, maybe improves. There's a lot that I love. I mean, I'm pretty sure Gillen wrote it. The issue with North Star, Pixie, and Dazzler. I want to say, or maybe not. It's in that.
I think that might be Fraction.
It might be the tidy. That's the thing I remember is Pixie going tidy all the time, and that. But anyway, I love. I mean, I love. Okay, well then there we go. But I love the fear itself. Like, okay, way to turn a mid event into a really interesting side story. Like everyone knows that one panel where Cyclops going, I don't do letters. Like plan to not B because that means you only have 26.
Yeah.
I think, just really interesting stuff. And then into the relaunch with the Schism, I love the concept of the Extinction Team, bringing in hope. Obviously, the reinvention of Sinister. What we know as modern Sinister is from his 2012 run.
Now, some people don't like that Sinister. Ryan Williams does not like funny Sinister. Wiccan does not like the Mr. Sinister. But it's been canonized at this point because Hickman took the baton during Secret Wars, and now that's just Sinister is kooky Dr. Frank Sinister, which I love. I think he's camp.
And I think I think in some ways it might people since have taken it to it's all he is. Whereas I think the way Gillen writes Sinister, it's more of like there is still the Sinister beneath, and it's more of a front than it is just his like overall personality. But I think that's really fun. I think the tabula rasa stuff is like fine, but it's. I think Gillen's like the only person to even touch the tabula rasa stuff after Uncanny X-Force. Like, and after this is pretty much forgotten. And then I think Gillen should have been involved in AVX, and unfortunately he gets stuck between a rock and a hard place because he writes all these issues that are dealing with. Like AVX, but he's not actually involved in the main story at all, but really adds extra layers that are necessary if you want to better understand and enjoy the story. So,
we talked about Gillen a lot on our last stream. I talk about Gillen every possible chance I can get. I will say that for me, my love of this is not in hindsight. At the time, I was currently reading X-Men, and I just couldn't believe it. Like, I was just... After having caught up, so this was all happening in 2011. So I just caught up on basically like 15 years of X-Men over the course of like 12 months, and there were ups and there were downs, and I kind of just thought, oh, that's what X-Men is now. But then to get to Gillen and just have it hit for me so cleanly every month. Everybody knows how I feel, but we'll just do 1, 2, 3. One, are you ready?
I'm just got to remember, this is not Krakoa.
This is not. We only can judge this up until the end of AVX.
Okay.
But I already. Well.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Uncanny.
A. I'm just saying A because I think, unfortunately, like, I love the uncanny issues in AVX, but I feel like, and it's not any fault of Gillen's, but I feel like it kind of suffers a bit because it's stuck having to deal with all this stuff. So just for his original uncanny run, I'm gonna put it in A, but I would maybe put it above Matt Fraction.
Well, even though I know you're hinting that you are going to change it later, I'm using an override. Because even at that time, I was like, this is better than Claremont. I'm not going to put it above Claremont.
Okay.
I tweeted to Gillen at that time, back when Twitter was wholesome and great. I said, X-Men has not been this good since 1985. And I think if I took the time to tweet him that at that time, that I gotta stick with it. That's so fair. I am using one of my overrides, and I am putting him directly behind Chris Claremont.
No, that's fine. No, I mean, not that I like, as I said, I love it. I just was like, oh, maybe it's not. But no, and he has the really difficult task as well of doing the final issue of Uncanny X-Men, like the first volume.
I know. And like, it's weird that it's like just Sinister talking. It's like such a weird anticlimax, but actually works.
It works. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna complain over that. So
well, look, some people have your back, but I highlighted all of the people saying that he's uncanny tier before we got there, knowing that I was going to do that. So
that's fine.
Just a little foreshadowing. Okay, but we get to talk about him more later. But first, we get to talk about one which I may also have opinions about, which is Jason Aaron, who had only been writing Wolverine. Then he writes Schism, which is a weird entree into writing something that has X-Men in the title. Then he writes all of Wolverine and the X-Men. He also writes a little bit of Amazing X-Men towards the end of this to rectify Nightcrawler's death from just before he joined the book. Wheels.
I think I like the premise. I think there's a fun idea. You know, it's fun, I guess. I think it's a fun idea, and I think if you just look at it as like this is just like fun, goofy comics, then it's fine. But I think there are problems. Like, I don't like the Husk stuff and the Toad stuff, and I don't care for the Children Hellfire Club. I think in some ways the goofiness unfortunately impacts things to make them seem less like important, or more stupid. Like he dumbifies things in a way of like, why are there children running the Hellfire Club? And like, that's funny. But then it's like, no, but this is now canon. Like, and it's like,
I think that's the thing for me. There are elements of this run I like. I like Make It a School Again. I like the like kind of Excalibur silliness, especially with Kitty. But I feel like sometimes when there was a joke, it leaned so far into the joke that you like lost that it was X-Men. And to me, that started off right from the first issue when it kind of just turns Quentin Quire and Rockslide into these like random bullies. And I'm like, that I don't think it ever got me back on its side after that, even though Quire, I think this is Quire's star-making turn. It's what turns him into a major X-Men character. But I was just like, it turns... Actually, it was Hellion and Rockslide into bullies, but Quire is sort of a joke.
Yeah.
And I was just like, that's not... So I think that's not what this is about. And I think throughout the run, just especially with the Kid Hellfire Club, but like the Killer Clowns, I just was like, if we could just do this vibe, this funny vibe, but take it seriously, I would get on sides with this, because I'd be like, ooh, like X-Men can be funny, X-Men can be silly, but like but it was that it was so silly, and then even the conflicts were silly, and then the stories were silly, and the plots were silly, and the villains were silly, and I just felt like there was no central X-Men to it. Like, it just was all silly, which I know some people really likes.
I think Excalibur's a good comparison in terms of, I know we're not talking about Excalibur, but like that it had the silliness, but there was like a real like heart to it, and a real like seriousness beneath it. But I don't know if it really ever goes that deep with Wolverine and the X-Men, where it just everything is a joke. Like even the like serious things like, oh, Toad is being mistreated by everyone and him and Hustle of each other. Like, but it's all just a joke.
That's a joke.
It's all a joke. Like everything is a joke. And I know, JM, you said about you brought back the siege paralysis, but it's not even done right. So I can't even. Yeah.
I feel like in so many settings, people don't understand why I hate this so much, but clearly we have cultivated my sort of people on this channel because there's an avalanche of people. Although Ellen and Cedric like Wolverine, the X-Men, and its follow-up Spider-Man and the X-Men, I don't think we put that right over here because it was just so short. And it was, but I do love Spider-Man and the X-Men. That gives us that great panel about Sauron and cancer. I think let's just vote it because the chat's already expressed their consensus opinion here. Do you have it ready?
Yeah, go on.
Okay,
yes.
1, 2, 3, F.
C. Oh.
Okay, this is the first time on the whole show that we have been not adjacent to each other. So we could just agree to average our scores and put it on D, or one of us could override the other.
Like, I don't think it's, like, I know I was just berating it, but like, it's not unreadable, and it's certainly, like, it has its impact, and I don't know. I
find it unreadable. Like, I cannot get through an issue of it. Worse than Daniel Way. Worse to me, it would be the bottom of this list.
I mean, if you want to override, you can override.
I'm not, but I think it's not that meaningful to me.
I would say, I think where you put it might be. I kind of want to put Check Austen above.
I do too.
Because it kind of it's a similar.
Neither of us have to override if we leave it on D. No. If you want it on C, you have to override. No. I'm thinking. I think the silliness in Chuck Austen, but it has that deeper. There's a deeper thing to it. Yeah. Whereas it is all just a joke. I don't understand how he goes from Wolverine to this, and it's all like. I guess he was so like it was all repressed when he was writing Wolverine that he just lets it all out in ways that just like Like personally, I want to put it below Jim Lee because I still would rather read.
Go on.
Red. Okay.
Go on.
I'm happy there. Milligan is so. At least you might laugh once during Jason Aaron. Milligan.
Yeah. I feel like it had a net negative impact on the X. Maybe.
Okay. Now we're gonna do Christos Gage. So Christos Gage. Famous as a fill-in writer, always filling in for other people, even though he's so massively talented. So he writes that alternating arc with Daniel Way, which I hardly even remember what it was, but then he takes over X-Men Legacy after Mike Carey finally departs and writes what I would describe as the rational sense-making half of the Aaron School arc, because this is the arc just about the teacher's lounge, and it's about Rachel Summers' rogue and frenzy and gambit in the teacher's lounge. He has to deal with a lot of AVX nonsense, unfortunately, but like just the actual, he does some stuff with Mimic. He continues Carrie's rogues thread. And I just think that if this had been the Aaron book with some students around, I would have been way more on board because I just found this, it wasn't the best comic book ever, but I absolutely was happy to show up every month and read an issue of this.
Yeah, I agree. I think like it's a step down from Carrie's stuff, but it's not like everything goes off the rails. It keeps things consistent. It deals with AVX until it then is like, you know what, I don't want to deal with this, and puts Rogue in an alternate universe for about 5 issues, so she's not even around for the end of AVX. And then I think 274 is probably the issue I remember the most, which is where Magneto comes to Rogue and is like, are we together then or not? And then she ultimately says, no, we're not together. And I think that's maybe the most interesting one because it sort of deals with that, because after Schism they like didn't speak even though they were together maybe. So like I think it's a fine run. I don't think it's doing anything amazing, but it's not
I feel the same way. And the chat does not have a whole lot of opinion other than Richard B saying, or no, JM saying it's a solid C, and Richard B saying Gage sure does exist. So Wheels, are you ready? All right, 1, 2, 3, C.
Yeah.
I wanted to put it there where it is.
Yeah.
But in my heart of hearts, I know it's not as good as Stan Lee.
It just is continuing on stuff, but it's not doing anything transformative. It just is a book that exists to get it to 275 where it can end.
Can I make a bold proposal here? I think we should move Casey, Byrne, and Lee up to B. And then because we keep saying
yeah, I'm down for that. Maybe the chat will like us a bit more because John Byrne's higher.
Yeah, we're just trying to get the chat on our side. Chat, look, we put John Byrne and Stan Lee on the beats here. Is that reflective of what we were just talking about?
I think that works.
It feels better to me.
Yeah.
Now. Maybe Casey ultimately is going to move down, but we'll see. Okay.
And I just want to say the one thing about the arc, the like alternating arc he did for Astonishing, the only thing of note is I think it technically introduces Brew in that arc.
Oh, that's true. It does.
I don't think it's ever named, but then Aaron makes that into Brew. So. And
I enjoy texture to the Brood. I think that like I don't want them to be like a whole. I don't know. I think there's a chance of making them like too cute, but I think they have more structure and thought behind them than like xenomorph aliens in the movie Aliens. So I always am happy for the Brood to like have some strategy, have some. I love that John Ostrander X-Men versus the Brood 2-shot. I think it's got Brian Hitch art in the 90s. Like I love anything where the Brood are like sinister. Okay, so now we come to Greg Pak. Greg Pak writes the next run of Astonishing X-Men, which sets up that there's these alternate universes that, you know, other X-Men exist in, and then spins off into X-Treme X-Men with Dazzler, which I'm not just saying this because of Dazzler. It's a really good X-Men book. If you like Exiles and you like Dazzler, Pak perfects the formula with this idea of like, what if we just keep going through universes until we can find like a Emma that we can collaborate with, a Wolverine who's willing to come with us, like this idea that we're just like fishing for a version of one of the X-Men that will actually work. I think Greg Pak rarely fails. I wish we could credit him for writing Storm here as well, but that doesn't have X-Men in the title. I mean, even though it has this salacious picture of Storm kissing Cyclops on the cover, I just think that there's no detractions. I don't think he wrote a bad issue when the word X-Men was in the title.
I think it's fun. I think it was a really good Dazzler story. Essentially, X-Treme is like a really good Dazzler story, and it introduces like properly out bisexual Wolverine who's dating Hercules, which is always fun.
And they're quite hot. I mean, I don't find animated characters hot, but like I just remember people at the time were like, whoa, you got some like daddy Hercules, like daddy bear Hercules into your comic book, Greg Pak. Like people were really scandalized in a good way at the time.
So there's that. There's like, it is very much like like when it becomes X-Treme, it's very much a sequel to Exiles. But it does interesting things with Dazzler, and I love Dazzler, so no complaints there. I guess the one thing I'd say is like it is just like it's very like out of the way.
Yeah.
Like it just
it's not super memorable.
No.
But it's not bad.
No, but it's just
All right. Lock in your thoughts, Wheels.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, B.
B.
Yeah.
I don't know if it. I'm like.
I want to put it there because it's just not as notable as Nicieza and Lobdell. It just doesn't have as much time to like make itself known. But I think it's actually probably better. But in terms of writers, it's like you're not gonna be like, oh yes, Greg Pak, my favorite X-Men writer.
I'm okay with that. To be fair, not to be controversial, I would maybe put it. I don't know, because I'm like, I'd put it below because it just isn't. I don't know.
You're gonna say below Casey? I thought you didn't like fascist banshee.
I know. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine.
No, is that where you were gonna put it? Below Casey?
No. But I'm just thinking like, I feel like, I don't know. No, I'm gonna stay where it is.
I will say, not memorable as an X-Men writer necessarily, but there's not a bad issue.
No.
So now we come to the next writer who everybody in the chat is already talking about, which is Marjorie Liu, who had already been writing X-23. She takes over Astonishing and writes it really for just a year, but she writes a lot of issues. Like it double ships many times.
I think it's 20 in total because it's 48 to 68. So
this has The Wedding of North Star. It has Karma as like a major starring character, including stuff with her siblings. It has the Iceman going absolutely bonkers with the Death Seed. It has a Road Trip with Gambit. It has Warbird being used as an actual character outside, or not Warbird.
Warbird.
Warbird outside of Aaron's run. I mean, I just think Lou nailed it. Like, I think she's. It's sad to me that she's just doing Monstrous, but she's making a boatload of money out of that, and she's also a novelist. But like, to me, she felt like the future of comics. Like when I was reading her at Marvel, I'm like, oh, this person is going to be the next big name who's going to be like writing Batman or Captain America or whatever. Cause she just was so consistently, reliably great on everything. I I just think she really got it. And then, I mean, Monstrous is cool. It's just not, I don't really love the art, unfortunately, in Monstrous. But now when I look at the authors who have gotten big over the past 15 years, I just feel like there's a Marjorie Liu shaped hole that I expected to be filled by her personally.
Yeah.
And she's won plenty of Eisner. She's gotten recognition, but not the way I expected.
I like really enjoyed this part. Like, I think the team is so cool. The team makeup is, again, it's more of a side X-Men title, so it doesn't have to have all the heavy hitters. It's got Gambit and Wolverine, but then everyone else is more, let's say, so North Star, Karma, as said, Warbird. Cecilia Reyes is involved in points as well. So, you know, and I think, there's some really fun things. I think, and obviously it does the North Star Kyle wedding, which is good. The one thing I'm saying that it does feel a bit like rushed, because it starts immediately with 48 and then they get married in 51.
Yeah, it's like, we're getting married. Somebody's getting married, and then it just happens.
And it's like they are having issues before they get married, but then they get married and it's not ever really dealt with again, which is maybe a bit like, but like the Karma stuff, I think that's the most, until we get to Krakoa and New Mutants, this was probably the most introspective Karma story we've had since Claremont, and Claremont did not care about Karma in the slightest. So like,
all right, so we have to rank this, but then we have an emergency to deal with, because Kryptonic Man pointed out that we missed something important here, which you have strong feelings about. So first we have to rank Liu on 3. And by the way, the chat has some strong feelings. 1, 2, 3, A.
I was going to say high B, but we can go A. I was going to say
every time,
no. I wanted to put it high. I wanted to put it above Ed Brubaker, but I'm just like,
sure.
But I'm just like, I don't know if it's.
You're struggling with, like, is she a writer that we could say that was a grade A?
Yeah, I mean, I always love to revisit it, but I'm like, is it that? Mate, yeah, I don't know.
I just think so much of, I was going to put it in B above Brubaker. That was my original gut. But as you were talking, the whole chat said A, and I was like, oh, well, I mean, if these curmudgeons think it's an A.
See, I wasn't looking at the chat. I was tuning in my own head.
To be fair, I put them up while you were talking, but I think there was like 7 consecutive A's in the chat. And
I mean, I think maybe I'm just like, oh, the potential of, like, if she'd have gone on for more or had a bigger, if the book was, I don't know. I'm just like,
because it's like, if you were to say somebody, I love Marjorie Liu so much, go read her X-Men. It's kind of like, so what you're just going to read us like 48 to 6. It just doesn't feel substantial.
Even though it's like great character, it's such good character.
It's almost as many issues as Whedon.
Yeah. But it's, I'm like,
Okay, well, while we're tearing, and the chat is continuing to say A. So Kryptonic Man points out something, and this is something we talked about, I think, on our last show, because you're the one who said we had to do War Song and X Song. Now, Magneto Testament, does that have X-Men in the title, technically? Because if it does, we're opening up a whole new can of words here. Does Magneto Testament have X-Men in the title? I can't remember. I'm looking it up right now.
I'll let you do that.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Things are changing for us. Our bodies are changing. Because this means we have to take account End Song and War Song and Magneto Testament. Because
I wouldn't initially I wouldn't count War Song and End Song, because I'm like, they're event, like a mini series, are they like run, are they flagship, like, I don't know.
But it says X-Men in the title. Wasn't that our rule, that if it said X-Men in the title, we would count it?
Because I guess it does go, because I like End Song. I can't remember. So maybe I think we do have to put it in A then.
Our whole thing we were saying about Greg Pak is like, no issue is bad, but it's not significant enough to put in the
End Song in particular, and Magneto Testament are, I would say, they're not significant.
I mean, Magneto Testament is like the definitive Magneto, like World War II Holocaust framing story.
Okay, we can put A then, I guess. We'll have that's. I'm just saying that,
Because I guess, let me put it this way: if they put out an X-Men by Greg Pak omnibus, which all of a sudden I'm like, why the fuck didn't we put that on the Tiger Eyes poll? It would start with Magneto Testament. It would have End Song and War Song. Then it would have this arc of this, and then it would have all of Extreme X-Men, and then it would probably have, not that we can count it, it would probably have the Storm series.
Oh yeah,
that would be one of my favorite omnibuses of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm happy with
it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. didn't even consider them.
All right, now this is one of these short runs where you're all going to be like, who? But here's the thing. Brian Wood ever so briefly takes over on Adjectiveless X-Men, but then he very quickly goes away and he's starting to plot the 2013 run of X-Men. And then Seth Peck pilots it to the end, kind of at the same time that AVX is happening without ever saying that it's AVX, but it's kind of like all about conflict within the X-Men that's clearly playing out across the backdrop of like early AVX. Storm and Domino are kind of the lead two characters. I think this run for Al Short is actually like strangely badass. It's really kind of interesting, cool stuff.
I think it's interesting, but it's like only 4 issues. Like, and like, I want to say the 39 or something is just Domino and Daredevil. So completely off the way there. And then the next issue has like Chamber and Pixie. And it's just like, I don't know. It was fine, I guess. I'm not as entranced by it as you, because I feel like it's just sort of there. Again, another one where it's like, let's get it to a certain point and then it's done.
Honestly, because do I remember that we left. If Willow Wilson's on, I guess stuff.
I don't
think we have to linger too long. No. On 3, if you're ready.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, C.
D, I was gonna say.
D.
Yeah, I just feel like it's not, because I'm like. So
you're gonna put it above or below our
Chuck Austen, because I feel like it's that forgettable in that no shade, because I'm like, he only does 30, I want to say 37 or 38 till 41, so it's not even,
so it's just like one arc. I just thought it was cool, that's all. I'm just saying I thought it was cool, but I had it on C, so D is not a far cry from that, and I can appreciate I would have personally put him next to Arnold Drake and like short-lived, but Arnold Drake invents Polaris, and Seth Peck certainly
I don't think there's anything of real note, and it's just sort of, I wanted to say he was dealing with what Wood had set up with like the Storm and the conflict with Storm and Psylocke and Colossus and all that, but he doesn't. It's literally mostly Domino and then just Chamber and whatnot.
Now I'm going to skip slightly ahead in the way that we have them listed, just because he's already started writing, and we've mentioned his name a few times, which is Brian Wood. So Brian Wood wrote it for like almost 10 issues before Seth Peck. And then he goes away for a little while, and he comes back writing 2013 Adjectiveless X-Men, which is the all X-Women team. Starts out with art by Olivier Coipel. Brian Wood was so hyped at this time. People were so like, Wheels. You weren't quite reading New Comics at this time.
You were. So this is when I sort of start in 2014, but I start picking up things that already happened. So All New X-Men is the first book I buy. I buy like the first 27 issues off eBay, and then X-Men is one that I was collecting because there were a bunch of issues in the like 50p bin. So I actually have nostalgia for this run. So like, but I wasn't there, but with the conversation about how hyped it was, like I just was picking it up.
Yeah. It was hyped going in because he was seen as this really cool up and coming writer. People really liked his indie stuff. And then when he took over from Victor Gischler, there was this feeling of like, oh, this is the stuff. Like, this is X-Men. Yes. People liked Gillen, but it was so tied in with, everything that was prepping for AVX that Wood just felt like this breath of fresh air. And when they announced this as one of the Marvel Now announcements, people went psychotic. Like
an all-women team. Oh, like that is crazy that they haven't done that.
He was thought of as this great writer of women at that time. This, for moi, this series arrives and nothing happens. He has no plan. I know it gets cut off at like issue 5 for Battle of the Atom, and then he's got to come back, but like, there's no plan. He's trying to do something with Sublime, but like, it never materializes. It just drags and drags. And unfortunately, to me, it drags down my reception of his original run, because this is just a big pile of nothing. Like, he has the best cast. He has very good artists, and he does nothing with it. And honestly, if I'm being honest, I don't like what he did with Rachel Summers, and she's my baby. And if I don't like what you're doing with Rachel Summers, then I get twisted. So I really checked out pretty quickly.
Okay. Because I like, if we go back to the in the run before, like, I think really interesting to make them like the security team, and they're just traveling around in a Blackbird the entire time, and I think what Wood does highlights a lot is the conflict between each of the members, which comes back in this run because Rachel and Storm butt heads like all the time. I also have a soft spot for it because this is where I was introduced to Monet, because she gets brought onto the X-Men finally in issue 7. But then it deals with it like the Archaea stuff, which is like John Sublime's sister, and then has Shogo, like Brian Wood introduces Shogo with Jubilee, which
I
is...
also don't love when everybody's like, it's a lady, make her a parent. I don't know.
And
you're gonna have to fight me on this one because I do not have positive feelings about this, but I respect your nostalgia.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
People are like, I like it, but it's low tier. Secunda's saying that the Sublime stuff is straight up bad.
The Rachel Sublime stuff is, but
yeah, such a waste of a run. A lot of kind of mid feelings in the chat. But then, what is uncanny? Says Portfolio BD. So you never know. All right, here we go. Are you ready?
Okay.
1, 2, 3. C minus.
I'm gonna say B. I'm always indecisive, but I'm gonna go big swing and say B. But
I should have just said D because that would have forced him to be on C. But I was like, no, it's not like horrible. No, I think it's better. I think it's worse than Chuck Austen. Where would you put it?
Whoa!
Because I would decide if I'm going to override this.
I would put it up. I would put it in, like, I want to say above Stanley, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just, the nostalgia is blinding me. No, you know what? We got to big swings. That's where I'd put it. So if you want to do anything with it.
Well, I mean, the first part was good. I'm just looking at what's below it, and I'm trying to decide if I'm like offended that it's above any of that. Personally, for me, I would have put it adjacent to Roy Thomas, but I just don't feel strongly.
Okay.
I just don't care enough. Okay. So now we have so many to get through, by the way.
Oh my
now
God.
we come to Brian. We thought, Wills and I said, this is only half the size of the event stream, so it's going to be like 2 hours. Brian Michael Bendis. He writes both of the X-Men flagships in Marvel now. He writes All New X-Men, and he writes Uncanny X-Men. He's basically what X-Men is for 3 whole years.
Mm-hmm.
Wheels?
Well, as I said earlier, this is the run where I properly started reading comics. So All New X-Men is like the beginning for me. Of course there's going to be nostalgia, but I think this is a really solid run. I think bringing the teen X-Men to the present is a really interesting idea. I mean, time travel has always been interlaced with the X-Men, and I mean, where else after like AVX and the way that Scott has been like villainized, I think it's really like interesting to then be like, okay, well then let's have this, bringing this from the past. I think it's also a really good, well, maybe not the best jumping on point, but it was my jumping on point and I'm still here. But like in terms of it's a good narrative thing in terms of if you're new to X-Men, you're basically learning all this stuff at the same time as these original X-Men. And there's so much to learn. I think Uncanny as well. I think that's good, interesting developments, and I think like Teen Jean is so like I think I really enjoy the Teen Jean thing and the way that she's explored, because she never gets this like exploration in the 60s as we talked about. So yeah, I mean, of course, by the end it goes completely off the rails. You know, the Will and Testament of Charles Xavier, the Matthew Malloy stuff, like how it ends. It does end on a sour note, but like, God, the first like. I want to say all the way up to like Battle of the even after the when the original X-Men, the original 5 X-Men join Cyclops' team, I think that's like interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's like a fresh idea, and like it really, particularly for Teen Jean, it's like, yeah, revolutionary.
Well, I've decided I'm having a Jesus take the wheel chat moment. We're in this instance Jesus's chat. Because I just don't think I just can't talk about this objectively because it just gets me so twisted. And I don't want to just say F, because you just gave a very, I think, impassioned version of that you find it entertaining. The thing is, I know it's not bad in my heart of hearts, although I hate the coloring. it just never made sense to me. So I am going to stick with the binding, whatever chat says is the most popular. That's what I'm going to say. So very quickly, because we got to keep moving. If you type a 1 in chat, it's an uncanny or A tier. A 2 in chat, it's B. A 3 in chat, it's C. Or a 4, it's D or F. I'll give you another 30 seconds, but I'll just mention that I think if we were just talking about the all new X-Men run, I think I would feel more positively about it, because I think all new X-Men here, let me just, no, if I move the layout, I'll never get it back. I think in all new X-Men, like, I agree. Here's the thing I'll give him credit for. He really was trying to make the original 5 interesting, and he found very quickly there's no way to do that. And so he like realized that just like everybody else, he was mostly writing a Jean plot. So he's like, well, what could I do with an Angel? What could I do with Beast? And I think that like, now that we've seen how that's all resolved, having seen what all the subsequent writers go through, I do give him some credit for that, of just trying to add texture into those characters that other authors could use later. But I just think his Uncanny run was just such a flop. I just think that it had no ideas. And there are individual issues that are fun, but it was like, Emma goes shopping, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't like the X-Men, Dazzler is a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. It just like, anyway. All right, chat had their chance, and chat came through for me here and put it as a D or an F. So we're going to do it. That is the poll. It won with 56% of the vote saying that it was D or F. So Wheels, now you get to announce what you're ranking it on 1, 2, 3.
High B. I was going to go A, but then the more you talked about the Uncanny, like, I think it is the weaker part. But I used to enjoy it, but there are some things that like, that I think, yeah, Dazzler being an Agent Shield is crazy. The Magneto stuff, him being like a mole but a double agent. Like, I think Tempest is interesting as a new character. Goebbels, but like, and I don't actually enjoy how he writes Emma that much. So that's why I go B. I'd say B, but you've gone D, F. So
if we say the chat gives it a D, it's going to average out to C unless you override.
You know what? How many writers have we got left? Because
like
we've still got quite a little. Okay. Well, you know what? I will use my overrides.
All right, tell me where to put it. Then you have total control over where to put it.
I'm going to put it below Scott Lobdell, I think.
Wow, I was sure you were going to put it on A with like total control of where you wanted to put it.
No, you've convinced me that it was like, if I'm mainly thinking of all new X-Men, but like Uncanny, it is the weaker of the books, and of course at the end it goes completely off the rails. So
yeah. And make my point, I didn't throw it to chat to try to force Wheels. No. I was going to give it an F, and I didn't think that was fair. I was sure chat was going to say C. And then when chat said DF, I'm like, well, you didn't actually help Will's case at all. But I wasn't trying to do that as a strategy. I was trying to be nice. And then the chat turns out are evil, a bunch of evil. Oh, can't say that. An evil C word. Okay, let's continue. In New Zealand, we say that word, okay?
Yeah, we say that, well.
Yeah, well. But in America, they get really scandalized. Okay, now we're going to talk about Spurrier, who wrote X-Men Legacy, which we both realized we missed. Technically, we cannot include his Krakoa stuff. A, because it hasn't happened yet, but B, because none of it had X-Men in the title.
I guess we could include the Origins issue because it's called X-Men Blue.
Yeah, well, when we get there, we get there. Yeah. I mean, I'll just be honest and open with this. To me, this is like very much a C. Like, I just don't have strong feelings about it. I think it's really weird and funny, but I think it goes kind of off the rails. I think sometimes it's less readable than others, but I think it's great ideas. To me, it's just like, I know some people love it, but it's just very middle of the road for me. So you have total control here. If you gave it Uncanny, it'll go up. If you give it an F, it'll go down. Like, I'm right in the middle with this run.
I think I appreciate like what it did for Legion in terms of giving him like a real introspective thing, and some care which hadn't been done since Mike Carey did it, and even then it goes further. But like, I just don't understand the love for it.
I don't
in
either.
The way of the other things that Spurrier writes this time, like X-Force, I enjoy his X-Force more than I enjoy this. But I find like the out of the weird concept-y things and all the writing, and I don't like how he writes blindfold, and like I just it's just a bit, I don't care for it.
Okay, wow. I did not expect that's where you were going to be. So
I think his letter do you give it? Better. Ooh, I guess I kind of. Oh no, is that too harsh? I was gonna say D, but I think we might. I want to say
Do
D.
it.
D.
Do
D.
it.
Go. Why not? Because I just like. I just don't. I think, and he, I think Spurrier is famous for just writing so much. And in this one, like in terms of like dialogue, it's like the bubbles are like crammed full of what, and it's just like it gets too much.
And he does the thing where it's like I know it's how I talk, but to read in writing, somebody who's constantly parentheticaling their own thoughts and interrupting themselves, like it's cute as it's sometimes gimmick, but it starts to turn into every word balloon in every issue. And it just makes it not readable to me. Well, I mean, I know some of you really like it. Although I will say the chat was very split. Max wants his own override. Well, and Always an Instigator gave it an A, but Rodimus gives it a C, JM gives it a C. The chat does get an override at the end, so this could be the one that you use.
Yeah.
It's a Legion book and not an X-Men book, but our rule was it an ongoing and didn't have X-Men in the title.
Yeah, and since we included that X-Men Legacy before, it feels right. And to be fair, though, that shows that we forgot it because it's that forgettable for us.
But I understand that we're unique in this way, and that like the general vibe on it is that it's great. Now, Wolverine and the X-Men is taken over by Jason Latour for 14 issues after Aaron departs. This totally separating it from whatever your feelings on Jason Latour may be. This is so mid. Like it has one little fun part of Quentin Quire, and that's it. There's just nothing to speak for this run.
And it's so clearly like this book was so popular, we need to just continue it on.
Yeah.
With someone else. And it doesn't even we didn't like Wolverine and the X-Men anyway, but this is, I feel like it's just even a step. And the thing is, it ends anyway because they obviously kill Wolverine off. So the last issue, which I think is issue 12, is just doesn't even include Wolverine because he's dead. So I'm just gonna, I personally would put this in F.
Oh, it's an F for me. There's nothing. I cannot think of any. I mean, some of the art is okay. I can't think of any instance where I would say go read that.
It's just it's basically Quentin Quire and future stuff because it's picking up stuff from Battle of the Atom where he's the Phoenix, but it really malifies the Phoenix, if that makes sense. It's all about him being the Phoenix, and I don't think it just bad and not needed.
Now, technically, Kyle and Yost wrote enough issues of Amazing X-Men, and we counted, that they count here, but you cannot use your feelings about Academy X or X-Force here, because that's a different stream in the future. So just based on their brief time writing Amazing X-Men, of course, we do have Yost coming back to write the main X-Men title at the end of this year, so we'll get the chance to revise this one day.
Yes.
But just based on this one arc, nothing else!
It's technically two, because it's the World War Wendigo stuff, and then the Juggernaut. Oh, I guess in the first and last, I didn't read that, but for this.
But that's all we get to recommend it on. You know what I did like about them? They actually had a character for Colossus. I think so many people just have Colossus be big and silent, and it was with Kyle and Yost, you always feel like they choose everybody who's going to be there with great intent, and I just liked it for this team. It was very Claremontian, very classic, but then it had North Star on it too. So it's a very pleasant run. I find it very pleasant, but it's just not a run that I would say this is a significant readable run of X-Men.
Wiccan Solar's I've seen a comment from Wiccan Solar about the fact that New X-Men has X-Men in the title. But I'm
I don't know. I mean, to me, I always call it Academy X, but I guess it was called New X-Men.
Oh.
Because technically, we are allowed to count it. We have to play by the rules that we made.
If we're doing the rules like that, because originally
it was called New X-Men the whole time.
It's because I'm thinking no, it's a side book, not a flagship. But if we're going by it has X-Men in the title, then
we're going. Okay. If we get to include that, then I'm putting him on Uncanny. Okay. I mean, indisputably. That's,
because
Solar.
Gosh.
Or not, damn you, because now we get to really say how we. I mean, they're one of the all-time greats. I would. They
really revitalized that run, because I think the stuff before is fine, but it's not it. Yeah, it just really pushes it forward, and it makes it interesting. But then we do have to think.
Is Uncanny crazy? Is it just high A?
I would put it high A.
Is it better than Fraction?
I think it was tighter than in terms of it's just that. But then you've got to think the Amazing X-Men stuff. they like you got to bring that into it. So I'm thinking, I think A, but I'd say, ooh,
This is hard.
yeah.
I wasn't because I haven't like thought about this because
no. If I'd have thought of a new X-Men, I would have put a new X-Men cover as their choice and not that.
You got to forgive us. We weren't thinking of that.
I suppose, yeah, I would take that maybe.
It's just so much more substantial than Lou's run because it's like from 16 or 17 all the way to 44.
Yeah, and it like
and then
I go to Messiah and yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, well, Wiccan fundamentally changing the scope of this stream by pointing that out.
Wow, that was
deep pull. Now, G. Willow Wilson arrives and just writes one arc of that adjectiveless X-Men title late in the title. She's still using the all-women team. It's only the second time we've had a woman writing a main X-Men title after Marjorie Liu. Unfortunately, G. Willow Wilson, I'm happy they gave her a chance. She doesn't seem to really have any strong opinions about any of these characters.
Yeah, it's an interesting arc. I think it's playing with like things about like climate change and eco stuff, and I think that's a fun angle to have like with Storm. But then she chooses to have every issue be from the perspective of one of the team members, which is, I suppose, fine. But it's not like anything groundbreaking, and then it like just ends because Secret Wars happens.
Yeah, kind of at the time I was like, oh, wow, like this is to give somebody a chance to come in and really swing hard. It's like nothing matters. Bendis' run is already over. We're right on the verge of Secret Wars. Like you could do anything you want. And in that world where she could do anything that she wants, she did this. It's kind of like, okay, well, that was your swing and you took it. So on 3, 1, 2, 3, D.
Yeah. Like I of course I don't want to put her below like or Chuck Austen, but she doesn't write anything substantial. I do. No, but that's the thing. I don't want to conceptually, but like in practice,
I would put her below Milligan.
There's nothing substantial. Yeah, we can put her in front of Waid and below Milligan. Yeah, because it's just there isn't anything substantial. Nothing is gained from this. Like there is no impact. It's just an arc.
Yeah. Okay, and that's why I'm going through these quickly, not because we've spent a long time, but because I want to get to the people who are more substantial, and a lot of these people wrote it for like 4 issues. Okay, now we're talking. And by the way, we didn't include the writer of Spider-Man and the X-Men, even though I love that, because it's really just a Spider-Man funny book. Okay, Jeff Lemire, who writes all of Extraordinary X-Men, heavy focus on Magic and Storm, and also is one of the writers behind IVX. Wheels?
Now, so by this point, I'm fully reading X-Men. So this is this is probably the first time I'm reading as books are coming out. Like the previous stuff in Marvel now, I'd been collecting because I started around 2014, so just before Secret Wars. So this is really where I am reading as it's coming out. Looking back, God, isn't it just depressing? Like
That's that's the way more brutal read than the thing I was about to say.
Oh, it's just depressing though. I mean, and not even that it's really the fault of Lemire for the sort of like the Inhuman stuff. Like, of course, I'm sure we all know that that was sort of forced on them, but like, just depressing. Oh, they're all stuck in limbo, and like none of it matters either in terms of like you get the whole Sapna stuff, which is clearly that's the thing that Lemire is most interested in, the Sapna stuff with magic, but that gets rushed through. There's the stupid like Apocalypse Wars stuff and Colossus becomes a horseman and blah, blah, blah. Like none of it matters. It's all just dark and depressing, and there's nothing fun or interesting or like Nightcrawler is like so traumatized that he goes like Bible basher crazy for like 5 issues. It's like just depressing.
Yeah, I don't think there's any. I appreciate that he wanted to focus on magic, and I know there was a lot of editorially mandated hoops he had to jump through, but the only other thing happening in the book is like Old Man Logan being on the same team with Team Jean Grey, which I could not be more interested. I don't want to play that beat. I don't care. I don't want to know about it. Yeah. I mean,
also, Glob Herman is on this book, and I hate Glob Herman, so...
Oh, boy. Well, on 3... 1, 2. Oh, are you ready? I
Yeah,
kind of
I'm
felt
ready.
like I
I'm
went
ready.
before
No.
you were ready.
Oh no, I'm ready. I'm ready. Had
Will's
this ready
been
for
ready.
for,
Okay.
for a week.
1, 2, 3. F.
F.
Yeah. It's one of the worst X-Men runs of all time.
Yeah.
I would rather reread the Apocalypse the 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Lovely. Love that
awful.
we're together on that. Chat, you can go pound sand with your C's. We don't care about it. Okay. Now, Cullen Bunn, who we cannot give credit for writing Magneto because it did not have X-Men in the title. This is Cullen Bunn writing Uncanny X-Men. And since it's directly after this, we can talk about them both at the same time. Also, X-Men Blue in the Resurrection. So Uncanny X-Men is like the X-Men being like, let's be villains. It's Magneto with a team of Monet, Sabretooth, and Psylocke. I think it worked really fucking well. I mean, like, Bunn really digs into the idea of like, are we the monsters? And Archangel, it just like really works, and it gives it's not as kind of like quiet and menacing as his Magneto run, but it plays with those same ideas but turns them into a blockbuster. I think it's one of the most successful times he was ever on a big title. Usually Bunn stuff kind of gets so forgotten. I actually think that this is a really good run, and I think I'm surprised history does not remember it more fondly.
Yeah, this out of the 3 that were coming out at the start of the like IVX era, this was my favorite. Like, I think really interesting. The dynamics between the whole team. Of course, Monet's back, and I love Monet, so great to see that. I think the dynamic between Psylocke and Magneto, and the fact that all of the team have like secrets, and they're playing with that sort of thing where can you really trust the people you're with, and then having pulling into the Dark Riders as the like villains for that first arc where they're hunting down the healers. Crazy pull, but like quite interesting. Of like, and like this team of killers that are like, we have to deal with the threats because Storm is hiding away in Limbo, so we're going to go out there and do stuff. And then I think it goes a bit off the rails for the Apocalypse War stuff with Archangel.
But everything does. All of the books go off the rails.
And then it becomes a bit more interesting again when there's like the new Hellfire Club stuff, and then Exodus comes in, and then it gets derailed again a bit for IVX, and then it ends. But for that, I'm first uncanny. But then X-Men Blue comes in.
And X-Men Blue for me is like the most readable of the Team X-Men stuff, because it's like they're like, well, what are we here for? Like, we're not in school. We want to be heroes. If we're going to be in the modern day and we're potentially stuck here. And so they're like, Magneto seems like the only person who's taking any initiative whatsoever. So I guess we're going to hang out with Magneto, question mark, because they were already sort of estranged from Kitty at that point. And it like really works because Magneto at this point is really like wobbling on this line of like, am I good? Am I bad? He himself doesn't know. And so like, it just finally for me, after a lot of long, boring time spent with the teens, it just gave them a reason to exist. And like, you could argue, okay, the Venom stuff was boring or whatever, but like, it just felt like they were sewn into the world of X-Men, not in that there was a bunch of X-Men appearing, but like, they just had a purpose other than this is a gimmick. Like, they really were in the world, affecting the world. And then when we took the view off of them briefly, we got cool stuff with people like Polaris. Like, it just... I honestly really, as time has gone on, like this run more and more.
It was, and I think, I guess X-Men Blue has that benefit of being the co-book with X-Men Gold. So like, if you look at the two together, it looks so much better.
And I love this point that a few people have made, but Robert Secunda's the most recent, is that Bunn took the idea of, instead of like cramming in a bunch of other young characters with them, that let's cram in a lot of other timeline refugees with them. So let's put in Jimmy Hudson, let's put in Bloodstorm, because Bendis had used X-Men X-23, but that's not the same. She's like from our timeline. So I kind of like that this kind of turns into like Exiles, but in the 616. It's not my favorite X-Men run of all time. No, but
it's the highlight of this bit.
In a very dark, very weak period of X-Men, Bunn consistently entertained, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. 1, 2, 3. B. Yeah. I would put it, I think it's a little bit better than Joe Casey.
Yeah, I would have even no. Okay, I was going to say maybe above Bendis, but then because you can compare
you said it. The word came out of your mouth.
But you can't. I guess you can't have Blue without O'Neill, can you? So
yeah, but it doesn't mean that it's not better.
I know, true, but and like I do love Uncanny. I do love that Uncanny run.
Well, I'll leave that up to you.
I'm happy with it there because I think it's in that dark. It's in the dark time. So
JM, somehow we turned him over to the Bunn side.
Where
he
is
wants
that omnibus?
a Bunnibus now.
Where is it?
Jamie C is like insanely high, but a lot of people were like, honestly, it was fun. Nick N loved it. Yeah. Ed Martin asked if did he miss something? Did Ultimate X-Men on the list? Ultimate's never. I don't acknowledge that.
616 only.
Yeah, 616 only. We should have said that. We didn't say it. All right, now we're down to a pretty small list. So Dennis Hopeless actually comes before some of that run because he's writing the all new X-Men at the beginning of all new, all different Marvel now. He writes them between Bendis and Bunn. I usually love Dennis Hopeless, but this run was, and he changed his name from Hopeless to his actual last name, I think, because he hated people making these puns, but I'll make it. This run was hopeless. Nothing happened. They're driving around, they go to a club, Iceman hooks up with this boy, ID is sad, they travel through time. There's no story. There's no story that sticks out or has any texture whatsoever. And this is Mark Bagley at his worst. Everybody has like a stick figure body and a giant balloon head. I know we're not talking about that, but I'm just trying to tell you how much I hate this run. I hate this. I hate it.
I don't hate it, but like it's just not anything memorable. I mean, I think there was so much you could have done with it. I think there was, in terms of like, old Cyclops is dead. Everyone hates Cyclops, so this young Cyclops has to deal with that, and it is set up as something, but it just
that would be a good idea.
Stupid teen like people dressed up as Cyclops instead, and it's like, and then he gets beaten by like Blob and Toad, and it's like, who cares? And then nothing is really done. I guess the most interesting thing that then Bunn plays with is that Beast gets into magic instead of like all science. He's like, well, there's something I need to do to like catch up with like, I feel like I'm so out of the loop. So he starts delving into magic, which I guess is an interesting thing to play with. But
I didn't even like that.
They'll have the whole like Angel, like Laura's in this book as well, but like, and they have this weird thing where Angel's like, oh, we're together, but he hates that she's like injuring herself because she's Wolverine, and it's like, yeah, but she's Wolverine, like she can do that, and it's just like annoying. And
it was also such a weird take on her when at the same exact time you have Tom Taylor writing all new X-Men, which is like so brilliant, or all new Wolverine. And then here it's, Robert making a good point. Hopeless was given the directive, your run is about putting the teen X-Men back. And then at the end, they were like, actually, they're going to stick around. So, I mean, maybe some of that was out of his control.
And I guess as well, the thing is that the most interesting teen X-Men is Jean, and she's not on this book. So they lose their center. They lose the center of the thing, and it's just four boys with Laura and Izzy, and like they're great characters, but it doesn't fill that gap. It's because they've all become less interesting because Jean is not there.
Yeah, and Bendis spent so much time defining them by their relationship to Jean that not having Jean there was kind of like, oh, there is no book. So, okay, I think that's more than anybody should ever have to talk about this. Are you ready with your rating?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, D. If you say F, you will have no arguments from me.
I was gonna say F, but like top of F. Like it's better than Wolverine.
Oh, it's better. Yeah. Well.
Oh, yeah. No, I would rather read that because at least that like has characters interesting, and it does.
And also, I just have more affection for Hopeless as a writer, I think, than I do for. I mean, clearly, I love Alan Davis, but that can't be helped. Okay. Now we get into this end run, which is deeply interesting right through the end. So I can't believe we're already at the 3 hour mark because this is going to take a while.
I love how we said this is going to take 3 hours and we're here and we've still got so many important writers to talk.
I don't understand how this happened. Okay. I blame chat. So, I love you, chat. Okay. Marc Guggenheim, who had written Young X-Men, technically.
And an arc of X-Men as well. In between the G Willow and the Wood stuff, but it's on that.
Both of which 2 of the worst comics ever committed to print. Then we get to X-Men Gold, which is technically the flagship here, which is really just, it's like, it really does read like somebody said, hey, AI, do you know the plot of Chris Claremont? Give me 6 arcs of X-Men based upon your slavish devotion to Chris Claremont. In this case, AI is, I'm not accusing him of using AI. I'm just saying all he is a regurgitation engine.
This, like, and I hope people can tell, well, I wonder if people can tell from this that I tend to like to be more positive than negative. So when I say that this is like, this got me to stop. This got me to, I like had this pull list or whatever with this, and I stopped reading. It made me drop the book because it was that bad. And I'm like one that I'm happy to stick things out, and I just couldn't because I'm like, this is so bad. The two most like the thing that everyone was talking about was not even the book. It was the fact that there was all that controversy around the first issue. Like no one's even talking about the matter of the book. Like it's just so
and
bad.
The arcs, and then but they get to the wedding, which widely was rumored to be ghostwritten by Guggenheim and by somebody other than Guggenheim. Because if you read X-Men Gold 30, it does not read like his dialogue. And then the next issue suddenly reads like his dialogue again. It's like, what happened there?
It's just like, I think the thing about the wedding is that apparently the idea that they don't get together is from Johnny Cates. So even the best idea of the most interesting thing that happens in the book isn't even his own idea. Like,
and I didn't even remember this because I was so checked out. But
yeah.
Robert Secunda saying that, and Cody saying, "I am the fan of the run because Kitty's my favorite character. I love Kitty.
Kitty's Karen haircut and everything. Oh, just awful.
Yeah, there's just nothing to her here. All right, like, well, I mean, and chat. I mean, I think Idle Weidler is summing up everyone else's opinion in the chat. So, 1, 2, 3, F.
Bottom of F. This is the worst book ever.
I might like it better than Lemire, but
I just think because also it's trying to play with Claremont and astonishing, but it does none of it good. It's like it is like AI slop in that way of just like taking things and making it worse.
And
like,
again, I do think that this goes to my point I was making earlier about Whedon being a good writer for comics, where he injects the characters with feeling. Guggenheim, who's another screenwriter, he wrote a lot of the Arrowverse on TV. He does not. Everything comes out so flat. There's like no flavor to any of the characters he writes. And it's like he's expecting the artist to do like all the heavy lifting to like give them sass or like make it feel like something. And I'm like, well, no, you're in charge of their voice. Like you get to decide.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
just
I guess Lemire, had at least had magic. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right,
just
now,
awful.
Charles Soule, who, for the purposes of this, we're really just grading him on him writing this 12-issue maxi series, effectively, even though it goes on for 5 issues past that, of Astonishing X-Men that brings back this totally mega popular all hits team, has them rescuing Professor X, Proteus, Shadow King. This, to me, feels like something that's playing the nostalgia hits well. Like, this is a good Chris Claremont cover band, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think this was. I remember when this was first announced, and it was like, because it was something that wasn't X-Men Gold. It felt like, oh, maybe we will get a break from that because this was coming out. This was like 2017, so the
this
Gold
was only
run
monthly, and all the other ones were twice.
So, and it had like an interesting like group of characters. Rogue was finally back from the Avengers. She'd been stuck on the Avengers for the past 5 years.
Yeah.
So this was her like reintroduction, and obviously her and Gambit had been separate, so they were together. Phantom X is here. Old Man Logan, like it's an interesting thing, and the way that Soul like plots the story is, really interesting, and it's about obviously bringing back Xavier in that way. So I think this is overall fun, but it's fun.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, I feel really similarly. It's not a best run ever, and it's not enough for me to say that he's one of the great X-Men writers of all time. But he does the job. He gets in. He was sent to repair some specific stuff with Xavier, Shadow King, and Proteus, which sets up Hickman extremely well. Yeah. And then he gets out. And you know what? For somebody to get in and get out in 12 issues and tell a story, I remember when they're flying into Scotland, I guess, and they fly over the county where like Proteus has changed everything. Yeah. I just remember feeling giddy, like, ooh, this is what I want from X-Men. This is it. It's doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Charles Soule's an X-Men writer on 3. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, B.
B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not. He's not super memorable, so I can't put him above the first 3.
No. I would put him below. I would put him below Case. I think Bunn's better. I think he does more interesting things.
And Bunn holds on to it longer and keeps making it work for like 40 plus issues. I could go either way with him and Casey. Yeah. I think it's a little stronger than Casey personally, but I wouldn't complain.
And I think it's another case of being a good thing in a dark era.
Yes. Speaking of which, Tom Taylor, who writes primarily, although he does an issue or two extra in other places, and he's just come off of All New Wolverine, which we can't have here because it's not X-Men in the title. He writes X-Men Red, which is Jean back from the dead with no Cyclops. It's the first time we've ever had Jean with no Cyclops.
And like the only time?
Yeah. And he writes this run, which Taylor's often accused of being kind of wokey and preachy, and I get it. And this run at points, it's kind of like, are we just going to hold hands and the whole world's going to get better? But it has Jean. Jean to me is, I think the reason she's my favorite character in comics along with Wonder Woman is because I think they're the same. I think Jean is Marvel's Wonder Woman. Like, she's a character who leads with like love and like leads with empathy and is like, surely there's some commonality. Even with Onslaught, part of how she's written is like, surely there's something about you that's still good. And I think that Taylor finally is like, what if we did a whole X-Men team where that was like the idea? Which I don't know that anybody had ever done before. The art, I know we're not here to talk about, but this is Carmen Carnero. Oh, the fight with the Sentinel and the Blackbird. Oh, but Taylor, I think maybe reaches for a team that's a little bigger than he can handle. There was like a lot of fanfare that it's gonna have Gambit, it's gonna have Nightcrawler, it's gonna have Namor, and then like in the end, he really just wanted to write Jean. I don't know that we needed to like make such a big deal of that, but it's a very readable run in my book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for me as well, I remember when it was first announced, this is the first time since I've been reading comics that adult Jean is back from like, obviously when I started in 2014, she's been dead this whole time. So this was the first time of me like reading Jean in the present. So that was super exciting. Yeah, I thought this was another highlight in a dark era.
Yeah.
I agree a bit with the hand-holdy stuff. I'm like, it's kind of, obviously Cassandra Nova is in this, and so it's dealing with that. But I think overall it's like, it's just really fun. It is just a fun book, and it introduces Trinery, who's like a really interesting sort of side character as well. Yeah.
Robert says, X-Men Red is about how if Twitter didn't exist, bigotry would be over because the world is just naturally better than that now. All right, are you ready with a rating?
Yeah.
All right, Tom Taylor's an X-Men writer on 3. 1, 2, 3, C.
Ooh, okay.
I just, looking at it, I mean,
Okay.
I like this run a lot for the art. I don't know if I can say maybe I'm as excited about this as anything on the B tier that I put there. And it kind of feels like Christos Gage, where it's kind of like but way more memorable than Christos Gage. So as long as we're going to put it low on the B tier.
Yeah, I mean, but then I think, Rob, you've explained what I was, it's like, it is that like, oh, the reason that we all hate people is because these sentinel nanites are in people's head, and if we get rid of that, then everyone's all happy days, and it's like, no, that's not how it works. So
you tell me, who's it better than?
I mean, I would say, I would say it's better than John Byrne. So, but I think Joe Casey is like, at least like delves into the like darker.
Yeah, I think Joe Casey has like a gray area, like a grayness to the morality of his run that is interesting, even if some of it's kind of like eye rolly, like, okay, we're on a brothel, okay, Banshee's a fascist.
Whereas like, X-Men Red's like, happy days.
Yeah. They're Care Bears, they're shiny, happy people holding hands. You know, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're right on the verge of getting to talk about Krakoa. But first, possibly, in its own way, one of the most controversial runs on X-Men, which is Matt Rosenberg. Now, weirdly, we can't take some of the key aspects of this run into account because he writes New Mutants, Dead Souls, and he writes Multiple Man, neither of which have X-Men in the title, but Matt Rosenberg was very much writing a single continuous saga across whatever title they would let him get his hands on. Eventually, that turns into the back 5 issues of Astonishing X-Men, which then eventually turns into him co-writing the beginning of Uncanny X-Men 2018. We're not going to include Ed Brazon and Kelly Thompson here because they're only co-writers and only for 10 issues, and it's impossible to say who wrote what better. But then Matthew Rosenberg, so we're going to assign all the cheers and all the blame to Matt Rosenberg, and then he continues writing it through that very dark, very, very dark period right before Hickman, where most of the X-Men are gone in Age of X-Men, and just the small team led by Scott Summers and Wolverine remain. This is it's tricky. It's
tricky because I reread Astonishing and all of Uncanny X-Men so I could fully get a grasp of his whole thing, and I love those 5 issues of Astonishing. I think they're so good. Like, I think that team is fun. Like Beast, Dazzler, Havoc, Warpath. So it's such like a fun team. I think that's such a good arc, and it leads directly into the Uncanny X-Men stuff. Like, you need to. It's very like planting the seeds, and you need to read it all for it to all to make sense. And then reading like X-Men Disassembled, I could see the stuff that was being built for the rest of his run. It is super like in retrospect. I don't at the time when it was coming out, I was like, oh my god, this is so like depressing. Saying that Jeff Lemire is depressing, this is like more depressing. But like in with the benefit of hindsight of like what Krakoa, I guess it kind of alleviates that a little because it's like, well,
that's how I feel too. Like, it kind of feels like at the time, well, the
it was like, oh my god, it's over. Yeah.
Inexcusable. And just some of the ways that he was just killing characters like left and right, just was like, I'm not reading X-Men for this. Now, I don't forgive him doing that, but I do think the plot was really interesting, even if, which I give him some credit for. And then B, I do think it's like, knowing that they basically said you can go as dark as you want to because the dawn is coming, makes me be like, well, in terms of an X-Men book that's really dark but still feels like fundamentally X-Men, fundamentally Claremontian, fundamentally mutant massacre, like I think he succeeded. I would have trouble recommending it to everybody, and he does not strike me as one of the best X-Men writers of all time, but with Krakoa, it would have been an F for me once upon a time. I will spoil that it is no longer an F.
Oh, okay. I don't know why. No, I don't know why I went. Oh, I agree, and I think like, it is. It's. I like the meta textual things that are in throughout the run. Like in that first 10, it's sort of about like, the children of the X-Men and the grand, like what our legacy, like the legacy of the X-Men and what's there, and obviously Nate Gray and all that stuff. And then with this next stuff, it's all about like this is the final X-Men story, blah 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 blah. And like, I guess it's an interesting team. There's a few people that have never been on the X-Men before that are joining the team. And it really is sort of like weirdly tying up not tying up plots, but like reintroducing things from the 90s and dealing with them. Like Joseph comes back and Dark Beast is there, and the Upstarts. And Emma gets involved again. I see what it's coming. I see what it was trying to do.
Jamie C is saying stick to our guns. Jamie C says, I'm not taking revisionism of this book because of Krakoa. It was a crap book, and just because Krakoa came after doesn't make it any better, in my opinion.
But I feel like you need to take that into account because Matt Rosenberg knew what was coming. Everyone knew what was coming. So, well, they did. We didn't.
All right, well, I don't know. This is tricky. Matt Rosenberg as an X-Men writer.
Okay.
Are you ready? Yeah. I don't know if I'm ready. I'm just looking. I'm like looking at the screen here to see where I want to actually put it. Okay. Okay. Matt Rosenberg is an X-Men writer on 3. 1, 2, 3, D.
E.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm like, is it? But I'm kind of tempted to put it. No, because Chuck Austen. I would rather go and reread Chuck Austen than I would.
Yeah.
But I would maybe.
Spurrier at least is fun. And then Lee, you're not going to get me to hate on like Omega Red, Brood, and Mojo, so that I would put it there.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because I think like, and the first 10 issues as well, but like I think that's an interesting thing in terms of like it's just having a bunch of different X-Men working together. Like Jean's leading one team, and she's with like Bishop and Laura and Palau. It's like. It's a weird mix of characters that's fun. Like the first 10 issues are just fun and it's more lighthearted, but then it just gets super dark in ways. And it was kind of crazy because I do remember at that time it was like, oh my god, and we had no idea about Krakoa, so it was like, oh my god, they are just murdering everyone. And I feel like no one really thought, well, they'll undo this. For some reason, we were like in this, like it's going to be forever, and it thankfully wasn't.
And it thankfully wasn't because Krakoa arrives. And so, Jonathan Hickman, look, I know that House of X and Powers of X don't have the word X-Men in the title, but
it's the flagship. It's the flagship at that point.
And it's is it House of X-Men? Is it House of 10? Like, it's implied. So we're talking about that. We're talking about his run on X-Men. We're talking about We're talking about giant size X-Men. We're talking about X of Swords stuff. And like it or not, I'm making the overruling comment that we're also talking about Inferno, because even though it doesn't, it should have said X-Men Inferno. It's crazy that they marketed it just as Inferno. So just as a marketer, I'm offended, and we're going to count that too. So this is not only everything in the House of X book and everything in the Hickman Omnibus, but also Inferno and every other kind of X-Men thing he wrote during this period. I mean, here's what I'll say. I come down on him a lot when people want to talk about the quality of his run on X-Men or as his omnibus, because I'm like, all he did was start shit. All he did was say, here's the Crucible, go write about that. Here's something about business, go write X-Core. Here's like, but for that same reason, I think that makes him a great X-Men writer, because he was super collaborative. He really wanted to give people other things. And he was like, guess what? I don't want to sit and write 20 issues of any of this. I just want to give you hooks. Hooks for Krakoa, hooks for X-Core, hooks for Apocalypse, hooks for the Brood, hooks for this. And he kind of, it was the most like giving and like magnanimous, altruistic run of a huge writer to basically say, I'm not going to take any of the meaty stuff for myself. I'm going to give it all to everybody else on the line. And I'm just going to be an idea machine. But then even in being an idea machine, he does co-write all of the big X of Swords moments with Tini Howard. He gets in that absolutely amazing Children of the Vault issues and House of X, Powers of X.
I'm really torn between two options here, because like I think, as we discussed in the previous stream, I think House of X Powers of 10 is like the best X-Men event ever. But I don't know if like the X-Men run itself is a bit it's not lackluster, but it's something different. And I don't know, as I was alluding to earlier in comparison to Morrison's run, I don't think his character stuff with certain characters is as strong.
No, I don't think he didn't do any good character thing with anybody other than Apocalypse.
Like
I don't know that there's any good character moment that Hickman presides over other than Apocalypse, which is crazy to say.
Like, I think the Jean and if you think, the Jean and Scott stuff but that's more done by Gerry Duggan, who does the Cable stuff, I think. Yeah. I think some of those issues are great. I think maybe the best character stuff is Mystique, actually, which is a crazy thing to say. Like, centering everything around Mystique.
I Want My Wife. That's okay. Like, so he does do character work with Mystique.
And But
here's the thing, because since you brought up Morrison, part of why we didn't do Morrison on the event stream is because the arcs are just arcs; they're not events. Yeah. At the same time, if I ask you what's good about Morrison, we literally can recite the arcs to you in order because they're all so memorable. If I told you to tell me what was so great about Hickman's X-Men, especially because it's all 1 and 2 issues, there's no real arc. It's like, what are you gonna say? Like, it just feels like is you gonna say the Jean Grannies in issue, whatever they were called, in issue number 3? Are you gonna say the Brett Booth issue where they go to the shard? Like, there's so many kind of like issues, and I just don't know if there's, and the giant size issues, which were kind of a flop. Like, the story was Storm maybe is infected with an organic virus, but now she's not. It's as great as he is, and as much credit as we give him for Hoxpox, and as much credit as we give him for good ideas. Something the chat has been, some people in the chat is saying, are kind of like, ideas are not a great run. Like, ideas don't make a great writer, execution does. And I don't know that he executed well at any point other than X of Swords, which I do love. So this is hard. I mean, fundamentally changed the course of X-Men in the same way that Morrison did.
Yeah.
But was he a good X-Men writer? Or did he just come with a great idea and other writers made that great?
Okay. This is tough. This is
really, really hard.
Because I also love Inferno. If we're including Inferno, like I remember we went back and forth in the one, but like I think in terms of if that's the ending for him, I love that story as well. Like,
Secundus, Uncanny, Cody, Uncanny, Goody A, 2 Uncanny. Max says it's so hard because Hoxpox is amazing. His actual X-Men run isn't nearly as satisfying. Nick saying C. Cody saying change the landscape. Edwin Billion saying I would go as high as A. Ellen and Cedric, not a big Hickman fan. Rodimus Prime, Hickman is a great mastermind, but doesn't know how to finish. Monet, try harder, Marvel Girl is a great character moment, which at the time when we were doing the original Hicksman report, Freya and I would just say it back and forth to each other all the time. It became like our vocal stem. I mean, Ellen and Cedric, D. Josh O'Neill, Josh Onlines. I want to call you Josh O'Niles for some reason. A. World building uncanny. Standby, he's a great mastermind and never knows how to finish, which I would agree with. All right, Wheels, we got it. We got to do it. No matter what we say, somebody's going to be angry.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I think I'm ready. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Let me look and fix in my mind where I want to put him. Okay.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
A.
Where do you want to put him on A?
I like maybe like maybe above Joss Whedon.
But he would have to know how to write to be above Joss Whedon. He doesn't know how to write a woman. Find me a panel where Hickman has written a woman good other than Sue Storm. Once, ever. Well, ever.
The Mystique Inferno.
Okay.
Mystique's
and Inferno. Non-binary. I claim her for my people.
Well, then the Destiny stuff in the Inferno. I just think Hoxpox is so good, and I think Inferno is so good that but you can't say that any of the X-Men issues are bad.
Yes, I can.
What?
Issue 3.
I don't think any of that. Well, okay, the Brett Brief issue, but I don't think any of the others are terrible.
Well, look, I'll let you have A, but it cannot be higher than Whedon. That is my compromise position.
Okay, fine. That's fine. I'm happy to compromise. But I just think,
that's fair. Well, if we were to make a top 10 list that we were going to publish somewhere, it does make sense for his name to be not below Kyle and Yost and Marjorie.
Because he makes that, and you can't deny the impact as we And
I mean, if he had just done Hoxpox and left, then I might put him on. Okay. Well, so now we get to talk about Gerry Duggan, because Gerry Duggan takes over X-Men. He had previously been writing Marauders, which technically doesn't say X-Men, even though it was very much a flagship. So we're only talking about Gerry Duggan in so much as he writes the X-Men 2021 title and also The Fall of the House of X, because we've said in this case, X equals X-Men. Gerry Duggan starts so strong. So many cool ideas. Really feels like we're wow, the world got bigger. This is the X-Men, but it's the X-Men in a bigger world. And then it feels like the world kind of gets smaller and smaller as the run gets on. But to be fair, it's because he is methodically working to close parentheses that Hickman opened. So you can almost see him ticking off the issues, being like, oh, there's a story that Hickman started. I'm going to finish it. There's a Hickman that Hickman started. And so by the end, it feels very small, but that's because it's kind of diminishing returns, because we're working. It's like doing the math where you do the outside of the parentheses, what's it called? Bed mass. And then you do the inside of the parentheses and the order of operations and all that. He's kind of just very methodically making sure he finishes telling all of the things that Hickman started telling. So I don't know that I could ever put him above Hickman from that perspective, because his ideas aren't as good, because most of them are not his original ideas. And yet I think he writes the characters extraordinarily well.
Yeah, I think the first 12 issues are really, really strong, but I'm torn because I don't know how much that is propelled by Pepe Larraz and the art. I think the art.
Yeah, and then Joshua Cassara. He gets the two best artists in the rotation.
I think as well at the start, as you were saying, because it's so big, and it's this. It definitely feels in a way, a Joss Whedon 2.0, where it's we're going to be, because it was all about we're all secluded on Krakoa, but now we're going to be superheroes again. So it's kind of like a 2.0 of that, but in some ways more exciting. Because it was all Krakoa stuff, and
I
but
think
then
that's a good point. Was it exciting? How can I say this? Did we find it exciting just because it was Krakoa? If it was some comic book that wasn't during Krakoa and those were the plots, would we kind of just been okay? Yeah,
I guess it's a tough one. And to be fair, at first I was a bit worried. I'm oh, we're going back to superhero stuff when it's all about, but it didn't feel like that. But then I think after issue 12 and we get into after Judgment Day, because I think the Judgment Day issues are fine,
and then
okay
it's
with
Dark Web, and
then it's Dark Web, and then when we get to the Hellfire Gala stuff, which I suppose we can include in his stuff, because he wrote the other two issues of X-Men Hellfire Gala.
I struggle with that issue. That issue.
Which one? What? The third one? Yeah. but I think 25 is where Kitty like becomes Shadow Cat with a K. It's fine, but then it just falls down. And then when we get to Full of the House of X, it's like,
And Jamie does not like the Brood story. All right, so we got to go somewhere.
Ooh.
Gerry Duggan as a flagship X-Men writer on 3. Are you ready? Okay, I'm ready.
Am I ready? Okay.
Very red. Like there's a lot of internal pressure behind on this one.
I'm just like,
1, 2, 3, B.
B. Yeah.
Okay. I just don't know high side of B, but I don't know exactly where.
Because it's like, I think maybe there. I'm just talking because I think he has a higher beginning than Michael Bendis, but I think Fall of House X is like, what? But then I'm like, but is it just because it was so monumental and whereas the end of All New X-Men is like whatever. Whereas there was like some stakes behind Fall of the House of X, if that makes sense. And I agree. And I remember at the time being because Full of the House of X was coming out at the same time as X-Men 97 season 1, and I was like, oh my god, like this is so bad in comparison. And looking back, I don't hate Full of the House of X as much as I think I did at the time because I was just like, what are they doing? You hate it.
It just doesn't make any sense. His Iron Man run is better than Fall of the House of X, but that didn't have an X-Men in the title. I'm comfortable with it there because he was a good custodian of the line, but I don't think he introduces anything that I think that belongs to Gerry Duggan in X-Men. I think if we're talking about across the franchise, then I get to credit him with Marauders, and then I maybe move him up a little bit. But Fabian Nicieza and Scott Lobdell to me is this kind of like block of like, you've got to do better than everything from that, not from before the Age of Apocalypse to get past them. So you've got to like have an idea as cool as Executioner Song, or as cool as Phalanx Covenant, or as cool as Legion Quest. Or you've got to like drive the books into, we didn't even really talk about Age of Apocalypse, but they both wrote books named X-Men in Age of Apocalypse. So like, unless you can get past that, and for me, Brubaker has enough big ideas that I can like put him past them, but Duggan is more of a, he's keeping the lights on. The lights are great. He's, nothing, no flickers, but like, it just doesn't reach that level for me.
Yeah.
Okay. As we hit our final 4, I will remind you, if you've stuck around for this long and you're watching live, there is a link in the description below that is to the after party, which apparently Wheels is plenty awake for and is going to join us.
Yeah, I've got nothing to do tomorrow. I can stay up all night.
You might have more time than I do for it today, honestly. Also, to just remind you that this is all in service of a website called crushingcrisis.com, which I probably should mention a lot more, that has been tracking how to collect all of these comics and many, many more since August 26th of 2010, and the site has existed since August 26th of 2000. That means all this month, it is the 26th anniversary of Crushing Crisis in 2026, and this is just the beginning of a lot of 2026 things that are happening. So now we get to re-rank Kieron Gillen, because Kieron Gillen writes Judgment Day, which technically is Axe Judgment Day, and we've said X-Men title stands for X-Men, and he writes all of Immortal X-Men, and he writes X-Men Forever, and he writes Rise of the Powers of X, which again clearly is meant to imply X-Men. He's already number 2 on our list. Wheels, does any of that make him go any lower or higher than that?
Well, if you didn't use the override, I would have put
now you would have let me put him above Morrison?
I would have. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. I think his Immortal run is just better than the Uncanny run because he becomes like the flag. He becomes the driving force of the line in a sense.
Right. He's allowed to finally take.
Not beholden to. He's not beholden to events because he's the one informing them and leading into them. So everything that with Judgment Day, it just fills in perfectly. And so, I think his character work is good. I think, just good. And like the sinister stuff is good.
I think for him to come back and for it to be that good is like, that really solidifies him to me as the one step behind Daddy Claremont, because it's like to have your run separated by 10 years and to come back and in some ways do it even better and also resolve so much of Hickman's stuff fantastically, to get to Regine finally after all these years, and to resolve his hope plots, to resolve his sinister plots. Like, it's just like, who gets a second act like that on the same title and comes back and is like even better maybe than the first time? Rucka on Wonder Woman. Who else could we say? Like, it's really unique in my opinion to come back and be that celebrated and that amazing.
It was just, and I think as well he gets to play with more characters here, which he didn't get to in the first run
because they were all commandeered by everybody else. Yeah.
So he really gets his pick, and he does just wonderful things with it, and it's just such a
I'm proud to have used my override, even though you would have agreed with me eventually, because Gillen matters that much to me. Okay, we have one more Krakoa era writer to do, and then we get to the current trio. So Al Ewing, we can't include Sword. So Al Ewing does write X-Men Red, which is kind of the X-Men on Mars, heavy focus on Storm, heavy focus on Magneto, a little bit on Cable and Sunspot. I think that the only problem with X-Men Red is it just got a little bit rushed. You could tell that Ewing had really settled in, and he could have written that War for Mars for like another 10 issues, and it was like, surprise, you have 4 issues, and then you can have a mini series during this fall of the House of X stuff, but everything else needs to be wrapped up, so he gets the Magneto mini series. But like, I think a lot of the problems I have with this run were very much out of his control. His writing for Storm was magnificent. His writing for Magneto and Magneto sacrificing himself was incredible. His Sunspot was great. I mean, he really took this whole idea of Mars and the Araco mutants and made it like, you know, everybody loves to compare things to Game of Thrones. This is going to be like Game of Thrones. And to the point that Game of Thrones has just become shorthand for epic, basically. It's going to be epic, and there's going to be a lot of factions to follow. This was one of the few X-Men books that I feel like ever got to that level where there's factions and there's different players, and it's not just the MLF. It's not just the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. It's like a whole society of mutants and their different ways of handling things, which I think is actually a hallmark of Morrison on X-Men, right? That mutants are a society. So I love this. I love this run. I think Alan Ewing indisputably knocked it out of the park on X-Men.
I 100% agree. Love this so much. I mean, I'm a big Storm fan anyway, but like, this was like the best Storm writing since Claremont, I guess. Like, it's just so good. And like, I love the way that he developed things on Araco. I love the inclusion of the Iraqi mutants like Tuka and some other characters from the council, the Great Ring, Iska stuff as well. That was like, he really was playing with, I mean, we all know this about Al Ewing. He loves to play in the sandbox he's given. Yeah. And like, he just did it so perfectly. And I agree that he was rushed, but like, it was still just, really good. I wish I could include Sword in that as well, because Sword was just so amazing as well. But
and I'll say this, I mean, well, let's do, are you ready? Chat loves him. I'm not going to bring up all of the, so on 3.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, Al Ewing as an X-Men flagship writer. 1, 2, 3, A+.
Uncanny.
I think if we could include Sword, it would be uncanny, but this run's just a little too short for me to put him on. It's just not enough X-Men for me to say he's one of the GOATs. If the uncanny tier is GOAT tier, I just can't put him next to Carey. And I might be willing to use an override because I just don't think he's written enough X-Men to be there.
And that's the thing. I'm like, I wish he was given, like, in some ways the same runway, but he kind of did like the same runway as Gillen in terms of, because I feel like he could do so much.
I know. I kind of was like, why isn't he writing like? I wish it'd been him and Gillen at the end instead of Duggan and Gillen at the end, writing like the. But we can't. All right. I mean, this is a standoff. You want him here, and I want him here, and one of us may override the other over this serious disagreement of literally 2 spots.
But I think you've kind of convinced me with that he just hasn't written. I don't know though. I'll let it. It can be A.
But I will concede higher than Whedon, because even though Ewing has actually a few fewer issues, I just think he gets so much more done.
And like he evolves the team as well. Like by issue 10, it's not how it starts out. Like Brand is now a villain, and like you've got Frenzy in there properly, and what's her name? Cora of the Burning Heart. Like the team sort of evolves, which just
Andrew
Whedon's never
Crimefighter,
does.
this might be the first comment that I highlighted. Sword has an X in the logo, and it should count. Yeah, I mean, even if we could include Sword, I just don't know. That to me at the top is what do we say? They're the 5 grandfathers. That to me is like, if somebody's like, who's the best X-Men writers of all time, I would say those 4. And I just don't know if I would put Ewing after the last comment in that sentence, personally. But he's amazing. Highly recommended. Can't go wrong. Totally incredible. Okay. Oh, God, Wheels.
What a way to end it.
Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, so Jed MacKay, here's the thing. I've come around a little bit on this run.
At the beginning, I was just like, how much have you read?
I'm not past Age of Revelation yet. So if something amazing has happened in the last 6 months, I don't know.
Okay.
But I got all the way up to that.
Okay.
I'm just a trade behind, basically. Here's the thing I'll say, and it's positive. At first, I just didn't like it. I didn't understand what we were doing. It felt very editorially mandated. Now that I've read more than 20 issues of it, it feels very Claremont in spirit. Like he's got a team that is not the team everybody wants him to write, which is Claremont often did that. He was like, haha, you like this character, they're gone. And he's doing it in a way where they all get a chance. There's all these subplots woven in, and sometimes you almost can't tell, like, was that the end of an arc? Is it still continuing? Because Claremont was like that. Like, there was always this, like, what is the psychodrama behind what's going on in the primary plot? I'm not saying he is as good as Claremont, but I also don't feel like he's doing Claremont in a regurgitative way, in the way that some of these authors who try to be Claremontian are. So I don't think it's the best run ever, but I do hope he lasts past whatever this new shakeup is. I think given 50 issues, he might turn into an all-time great, but we only can say how we feel about him as of this date. So Wheels, what would be your feedback there?
I agree. I mean, I've read every issue now up to the present one, which would be 34. I agree. I think it's like an interesting team. At first it's like, it's sort of the big hitters like Cyclops and Magic and Psylocke, but I think he does interesting things with them. There's Quentin and IDA there as well. But I think he does interesting things. The characters he's introduced, Animalia and Ben Liu, like they actually feel like characters, where in some of the other books where they've introduced new characters, they're just
they don't feel real. They don't feel like they're I'm not excited. Even though I don't like any of these new books a ton, I do find, what's the name of the girl with the wings and the scales and the
Animalia.
Animalia. I do find myself like not just wanting to quickly turn the page when we get to her plots. I'm like, I'm engaged in this now.
And actually, have you read you've read Age of Revelation?
No, because you told me not
to.
to.
Oh, okay. Well, I think then there's a plot that comes from the end of Age of Revelation.
I know that.
I think that is like super interesting. So, so out of the 3 books left, like it's definitely the best.
A year ago, I might have given it a D, but my tune has slightly changed. So are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, C.
B.
How far up onto B are we talking?
I'm thinking like maybe above Tom Taylor.
That's fair. I can't argue with that.
Again, it's like that. There is the darkness to it. I don't like I'm not a fan of like the like Magneto doesn't have his powers thing, but that's clearly.
But that feels like editorial told him he had to do that.
And it's definitely coming back when the event comes in September. So I feel like, and what I forgot to say earlier is like it feels like a bit Claremontian, a bit Morrison, a bit Bendis-y. Like it has those elements together, but it doesn't feel like repetitive, if that makes sense.
Okay, now chat, we're about to do sorry to step on your word there. Chat, we're about to do 2 more authors who I don't think we're going to talk about very extensively, so you need to decide who you want to vote to override, and I will give the chat a vote between 4 whether you want them to go up or down. So I'm looking for you to say Byrne should go up, Bendis should go up, Ellis should go down, and whatever gets mentioned the most, I will put in the poll, and you can decide what you want to override for us, okay? So before we get there, we have to talk about Gail Simone. I have nothing to say, really. Like, I don't... It's not just because I love X-Men so much. I don't think it's good. It's clearly not because it's a woman, because I celebrated and fought for the other women. Well, one of the other one we had on here. It's not because of the main cast, because I love the main cast. I don't think any of the voices are right. I don't think she knows who Rogue is. She does not know who Gambit is. She has no concept of who Nightcrawler is. Wolverine is just there. Her Jubilee is garbage. These new characters just feel like a bunch of like made up, like it just feels like a bunch of characters we rolled to play like one night of a D&D campaign with. And it's like, and we didn't put any thought into like, if anything about them makes sense. I truly think it may be the worst flagship X-Men run that has ever been created. But that's just where I am. Where are you, Wheels?
I agree more. Like it's just it's like I mean I keep reading it, but it's just like unreadable in a way. Like no, they say just the weirdest name. Like she gets like Rogan. It's like it's just I hate it so much. It's disgusting. No character sounds how they should be. I think the way she writes Gambit and Rogue is all like lovey-dovey, but like they don't care about anything else. Like even though it feels almost misogynistic in the way that Rogue is so attached to Gambit. Like she's the lead, but it's all about Gambit. Oh, my husband, my husband, my husband. Like, is there anything other than Gambit? And I want to adopt these kids. Like, can we talk about anything else? And it's just like no one sounds right, and it's just awful. And anyone that enjoys this book, I'm like, what?
How does like a woman who's like writing Rogue as their main character turn it into such like a misogynistic takedown of Rogue? It's such a weird. Simone is low D. Goody is so bad. Somebody said something really funny. All character specifics aside, just the dialogue is a struggle to get through. Nick ends it. I read the first 3 trades and I just can't hate myself enough for it. So on 3, 1, 2, 3. F. I am willing to put it below Guggenheim personally.
Sure. Gail Simone, if you see this, don't take it as a personal offense. Like
you aren't even going to see this because you already blocked me on social networks. So Gail, good luck. I didn't even say anything to her. This was before I was trying to be nice originally, and she blocked me for liking somebody who was saying something mean about it. I'm like, well, in that case, why am I even being nice?
Like, it's just awful. It's like she's like, how would I write X-Men, the animated series, into a book? And like, somehow people like it. When people are like, oh, this is my favorite, I'm like, what book are we reading? Because I just don't fathom how anyone can enjoy it.
Jamie C, I cannot emphasize enough. Next to Guggenheim, it reads like it's Fahrenheit 451. It's Guggenheim reads as though it's a Kurt Vonnegut novel. It's Bram Stoker's Dracula. Guggenheim reads like it's the Bible next to Gail Simone.
And I think nothing. Like I think there are some things in Marc Guggenheim that it's like just super boring. Whereas this is like bordering on offensive. Like in the most recent stuff, Monet has been introduced into the book, and they finally gotten rid of that prison. But then she made Monet the prison, the warden instead, and so she's decided not to get rid of the people, not to get rid of them as prisoners, and was like, I'm going to keep you here as a. Like it's just awful. Oh yeah.
All right, so chat, keep being in the chat with what you want to move up or down. I did see a lot of notes. Our final one is Eve Ewing. Now, Eve Ewing, Dr. Eve Ewing. She's an interesting case. I like most of her comics. I sometimes think she has the languorous pace of somebody who thinks they just get to write 3 novels and nobody can stop her. And I don't like it. I think she's a really good writer. She does really good character work, but sometimes her Black Panther, her Ironheart, I'm like, you do realize they're going to cancel this soon, right? Like I always have that reaction. I'm like, I'm enjoying this because I like you, but you realize this comic book is about to get canceled. That said, I do think Extraordinary X-Men, if I can excuse it for being slow and you just read it as like in a trade, it's very entertaining. I like how she writes Kitty. I don't think she writes really good action. I don't understand why it took 13 issues to like get to Mr. Sinister, but like it's very fun comic books. However, her X-Men United, which I did read a little bit of, is puzzling at best. I don't think it's horrible. It's just... Yeah, this explains it. What would you even say?
I just like, and going into it, I was like, oh yeah, this is like my favorite because it's got Kitty and Emma, and I think character interactions and that is all good. Like if you want to just Loki, if it was just a book of them talking and there was no action, it would maybe be better. Like I don't know. I think the way Kitty's characterized as like this like millennial who's like got PTSD from all the Krakoa stuff. I think it's like a nice way to bring her back in that way. But it's just like nothing happens. And there was a point where I was like, okay, it's been like I was okay with nothing happening for a while, but then it got to like it's been 13 issues and they fought one person. Like,
yeah.
Like things need to move. Like, come on, we got to have some pace. And then I thought with X-Men United, because it suddenly felt like, oh, this is the flagship of this new era, and it is worse. And she has like the pick of writing anyone she wants, but it just doesn't work, unfortunately.
Okay. So on 3, 1. I'm a little torn here. 1, 2, 3. D.
Yeah.
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 I would rather reread Spurrier or Jim Lee, but I do think it's better than Rosenberg.
And like I'm trying not to be influenced by the Carmen Canary art because it's beautiful, like in the exceptional stuff. But yeah, no, that's fair.
All right, so I've been looking in the chat, and we're gonna have 2 quick polls, and y'all, you got to be quick because we're about to. You have 2 minutes to make this happen, because we're about to be done. So this is who should be higher. And you got to stump for the person that you care about us making higher the most, because only one of these will have any impact. You will force us to move it up 1 tier. So your choices will be Byrne, Nicieza. We're going to say Nicieza and Lobdell together because we're not I don't think either of us want to break them up. Bendis and Lee. Those are the some people said Spurrier. But a lot of people through the whole show have really been annoyed with Lee. Now, I will say, Byrne and Bendis will also be on the should they be lower poll, which you're going to get 60 seconds from now. So keep in mind that you might cancel each other out. So you have literally a minute. 1 in the chat for Byrne to be higher. 2 in the chat for Nicieza and Lobdell to be higher. 3 in the chat for Bendis to be higher. 4 in the chat for Lee to be higher. Your decision is binding, and we have to move them up 1 tier based on your vote. While they're doing that, Wheels, looking at this whole lineup, we both have 2 overrides left. Is there anything you are willing to override?
I don't know. Part of me is like, did I put Brian Wood too high?
I think yes, but you nostalgia is powerful.
I don't know about. I'm just like looking at A. I'm like, okay, would I be happy with these there? Yeah,
and for me, Fraction doesn't quite get there as like
there are some things that I'm just a bit. He doesn't finish everything completely.
I might want to move Steve Seagle and Joe Kelly a little higher on C. I think their run is much more fun to read than the 3 above them.
Yeah.
Really, was Ellis better than Seagle and Kelly?
No, I don't know what we were thinking there.
I don't know. I think we just were like having fun putting things. So I want to move them to the top of C.
Okay, is that you? Are you using is that an override?
I don't know. Do you agree?
I agree, but like, do we?
No, we don't have to override if we reshuffled last time.
Okay.
I don't know that there's any of them that I feel like desperately in need to override you. We'll see how the chat feels. Okay, I'm closing this poll because Nicieza and Lobdell crushed everybody else.
So where
80% of the vote. And 24 people voting, which is kind of a lot. I mean, we have well over 100 watching right now. Nicieza and Lobdell, they have forced us to move them up to the A tier. And you know what?
I'm not mad at that.
I'm not mad at all. All right, so now we're going to do one more quick poll, and it's going to be who should be lower. We do not get a choice. If whoever wins this will go down 1 tier. We don't even get to override it. The chat has final say. I believe the people that said Byrne should go lower. Who else were they saying should go lower? Bendis might need to go lower. Let's see. Who else did they think? Well, here's a fun one. Some people really felt Nicieza and Lobdell should go lower, so they might just decide to reverse themselves. And who's the other one that everybody was like should go lower? I don't know if there was another one. Was there another one? No, I don't think so. I think we're just gonna do the 3. I mean, we could just throw in somebody funny, but then I don't want to mess it up for no reason. Oh, Casey. Some people were like, "How dare you put Casey on B?" All right. So you have 1 minute. So Wheels, while we're waiting for that to happen, I guess I probably have to show it. Why don't you tell them what they can expect on your channel coming up in the next little bit of time?
So I suppose coming up, we've still got the last 2 episodes of X-Men 97 coming. So I'm going to be doing a a live breakdown of that this Thursday evening for me. So that'll be around 9 p.m. my time. And then again next week as well for the final episode. I also do reactions to those as well. And then I've got a few things about maybe doing deep dives on the Horsemen of Apocalypse, seeing as that's so relevant. Maybe looking at all the different Horsemen of Apocalypse. And yeah, I haven't really. Oh, and I guess maybe a breakdown of that recent Hellfire murder issue, since that comes out. And then, of course, DNX, the next X-Men event, comes out in September. So I might do a everything you need to know for DNX as well.
All right. Well, we got to keep moving, y'all, because we're at the 4-hour mark. And I think we have somebody clearly in the lead here. So Bendis, unfortunately, after Wheels defended him greatly, is going to move down to the top of the C tier as a result of the chat. And we both wound up with overrides, but I don't think that really was too consequential. The thing is, I think we just have very similar opinions on X-Men, which is part of what's fun about streaming with you. Look, we got to get out of here. This has been so much fun. It's to kick off a big 26th anniversary month, the 26th anniversary of Crushing Krisis in 2026 on August 26th. So this is only going to happen once, and it's a big deal. It's like a meteor that only comes around the Earth the one time that you're going to be alive. I'm going to be back next week with another Sunday stream. Later this week, I'm going to be on Near Mint Condition, talking about all of the Marvel omnibuses announced for the first half of 2027. If you've not been to crushingkrisis.com recently, there are dozens of new posts. I broke down every single omnibus announcement at length in terms of like why I think it got announced, if I think it is worth reading. Also, if you are a Patreon member that has been looking for links to the after show, Crushing Krisis is caught up on all of that. And if you haven't looked at Patreon lately, the tiers finally have changed, including a brand new tier that has extra video benefits that will be upcoming and Discord access. So we're going to talk about all of that on the after show. I would just say to all of you who are going to the after show, just remember that like everybody that you're talking about here, whether it's us talking about Gail Simone's bad writing, us talking about each other, us talking to you about the chat, we're all just real people who in our own minds are the main characters of our stories, who are just trying our best in this world. So even when we're sending some hate to a writer about their writing, we're not sending hate to that writer as a person. And just try to remember that everywhere you are in the world, whether it's just somebody in the chat, somebody you're responding to on Reddit, somebody at the bus stop, somebody you're interacting with the grocery store, the people in your life that are being hated upon, immigrants, trans people, black people, everybody who are not getting the due love and respect that they need in this world, we're all just our own main characters. And really try to remember that when you hear somebody being spoken ill of, or if you see that somebody needs defense at all, because even the worst writer on this list, I still would not say anything negatively about personally. So that is always my message to you. Until we see you next time, until you see Wheels on his own channel, until you see me on Near Mint Condition, don't have a crisis. Unless, of course, it's me. See ya.
Everyone.